We are live. We are live. Welcome to College Football's Peek Around the Corner with your host, Greg Flugar. We cover everything in college football because we love everything in college football. And if you do as well, please subscribe to our ever-growing channel. Smash the like button if you like our content. Share the video with your family and friends. If you want to support this channel through a super chat donation, hit the $sign, put a comment, and we'll get to it as fast as possible. Welcome into the studio that sits on the corner of Keith Jackson Parkway in Kurt Gowdy Avenue. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid, especially tonight. Of all nights, championship game. Don't be afraid to be a legend with your comments in the chat room and with your phone calls later in the show. Welcome to Michigan versus Washington National Championship game. It is now. It is on. Welcome in. This is what we've all been waiting for. The very end of the season. We had the playoffs. We had the conference championship games. We had the regular season. We started this, and we're going to do it again this late March and April. We started having watch parties covering the 2023 football season. We had spring football watch parties here at PATC. Who else does that? What other national college football YouTube channel does watch parties for spring football games? We did, and we're going to do it again. We started with the spring football games. We went on and had a way too early predictions. Our way early predictions. We talked about the August camp. Of course, we covered realignment like nobody else out there. And that includes everybody. And then we took on the season here at College Football's Peek Around the Corner. We had to take some time off in the important month of September because I had to bury my loving father. But then we picked it up again in October, November, followed the races. And Washington has been there every step of the way. The Washington Huskies, who we predicted here at PATC to get to the college football playoffs, the Washington Huskies won the Pac-12 championship. They were not voted by the Pac-12 media to win the Pac-12 championship. That was USC. But Washington defeated Oregon twice. Two great games. Washington Huskies. A brilliant, fantastic, fun game against Texas. Michael Penix Jr. was absolutely brilliant. Brilliant. And of course, those wide receivers, McMillan, Polk, Bernard, Undunze, Dylan Johnson, a little bit nicked up. We'll see what happens tonight. And then we have the Michigan Wolverines. Start of the season, somewhat controversial. Jim Harbaugh suspended for 3 games. Season went on, and then we had the in-person scouting scandal. Tony Petitti, the evidence came in. They did their due process. Michigan stepped away. They stepped down. They said, okay, Tony Petitti, we agree Jim Harbaugh gets a 3-game suspension. But then he comes back for the college championship game, the Big Ten championship game. Nothing slowed down this great football team of the Michigan Wolverines. Nothing slowed down Blake Corum. Nothing slowed down J.J. McCarthy. Nothing slowed down against that fast, brilliant defense. Nothing slowed them down. Michigan versus everybody. Michigan versus the fat guy from Minnesota. Michigan, Washington for the national championship. And Before the playoffs started, right after the conference championship games were finished, I predicted Michigan would win the whole thing. I predicted they beat Alabama 30-20. They won 27-20 in overtime. I predicted Washington to beat Texas 38-35. Final score was 37-31. And tonight, I think Michigan is going to win. I think they're going to win the championship game. I'm not taking the line. I'm not doing the 4.5-point spread. We did a live show Saturday night. Saturday, I'm taking the under at 55.5. Let me just show it to you one more time. These were the lines that we were dealing with here. Myself and the PATC community. We were looking at 4.5 points. Now, the line has moved to 5. But for us, we're using the 4.5 points. The PATC community, we voted on it, right? We put it in the chat. We voted on it by a heavy majority. Heavy majority. The PATC community picked Washington Huskies to cover the 4.5 points. The PATC community also voted that it was going to go over 55.5 points. So the PATC community took Washington plus 4.5, took the over 55.5. Well, I got to tell you, I disagreed with the PATC community. I'm sorry, I just do. The Michigan, Washington, plus 4.5, minus 4.5, I'm not touching it. Did not touch it Saturday night, not touching it tonight. I think it's going to be a 24-20 game, 24-17 game. The better play is to go under at 55.5. This is not going to be a track meet. It's not going to be a track meet. Michael Penix Jr. is going to get hit. He's going to get slowed down. They're going to make plays. No question about it. Washington Huskies going to make plays. Michigan's going to make plays. But I don't see an explosion tonight. I see a tight game early on. Washington will get it going. Michigan will respond. I believe Michigan's going to win a squeaker. But irregardless of that, I've got the under at 55.5. That is my play. And I think it's a Flugarian Empire. A Flugarian Empire 10-star lock. Under 55.5 points. Okay, before I get to the comments. That's right. That's right. Craig the Heater. I'm 2-0. I'm 2-0 against the spread. We're not going to talk about my winning percentages against the spread in 2022, 2023. We're just not going to talk about it. That is history. That is history. This is a brand new year. The furnace is turned up hot. First, before we get to your comments, Daniel Leonard, Daniel H. Leonard the third. I hate college football. You love college football. And Daniel Leonard does the greatest Howard Cosell imitation. He's going to call us post-game, and he's going to call in as PATC's Howard Cosell. I got to say something before we get to everyone's comments here. We did episode 354. You can see it on our YouTube channel, 354. And the title of the episode was Sankey is disappointed yet again. Sankey is disappointed yet again because other people are disappointed and express their displeasure on how the selection committee did their business, how the selection committee isn't transparent with their votes, with the decision that the selection committee made. Of course they're going to be disappointment. You have an undefeated Power 5 conference champion, undefeated Florida State, doesn't make the playoffs. Of course they're going to be disappointed. Of course the athletic director is going to be hot. The threats against the selection committee, that's not cool. The selection committee, the members of the selection committee, like we said in episode 354, you cannot do that. That's not good. We all agree with that. But people have the right to complain. Now, I put an episode 354 out there. People agreed with me. People disagreed with me. Right before it came on live, there was a comment in the comments section. Said, Greg, you lost all your credibility because you criticized Greg Sankey. That he has a job to do. I lost all credibility because I criticized Greg Sankey. I got to tell you something. This is PATC. We criticize everybody. We give flowers to everybody. That's how we do it here. There is no protected class here at PATC, including my beloved Golden Gophers. We criticize Kevin Warren. We've criticized Michigan. Did you hear the phone calls that came in from Michigan fans during the year? I'm sorry. Greg Sankey, if I believe, once again, he goes out in public and he complains about other leaders in college football landscape. Other commissioners don't do that. Sankey has done it at least 8 different times. I'm going to call him out. You can disagree with me. You can dislike it. But for you to say that I've lost credibility because I criticized Greg Sankey, have you been watching this show at all? Okay, I wanted to say that. Okay, let's get to the comments. Kyle Visser, thanks for coming on in. Appreciate it. Anthony Palika, go Blue. Daniel Leonard is in the house. Skull Ducky. The only thing I'm looking forward to is the info on the new NCAA game. Even though I'm an old fat guy from Minnesota, I'm excited about that too. We're going to get more into it in the couple months ahead here, but we're going to try to do something with that new game. We're going to try to be producing watch parties with computer versus computer. We're going to try to do it here at Peek Around the Corner. We'll see if we can get it done. I'm also very excited, Skull Ducky. Awesome Lawson Clips is rooting for the Huskies. Tu Masta is in the house. Josie is in the house. Lucy Roden reports someone already got kicked out. I don't know what that means. Let me know what that means, Joe. I haven't been on Twitter for the last... don't know the reports. The only report I know, there's a little bit of water leakage coming from some part of that stadium because there's strong rains coming in the Houston area. I don't know I don't know anything about that. G. Brew's in the house. Tyler Brown. Greg, the absolute zero. Not this year. Not this year. Not this year. Just wait. Ladies and gentlemen, just wait. Under 55.5 points. The Flugarian Empire 10-star lock. Easy win, Michigan. Greg says Pac teams don't have the lines for Big Ten football. It's not going to be an easy win. When you have the players that Washington has, the wide receiver room, and the quarterback, and the offensive coordinator, it's not going to be an easy win. I don't think so. Opie, 20-17 Michigan. Big money coming into Michigan's side now. Yes, it's been coming in the last 48 hours. That's why they juiced the lineup towards Michigan. The late money, supposedly the smart money, is being dropped on Michigan. The architect. Greg, I'm so excited. We think we know what's going to happen. But do we? One game. Let's go. Let's go. Greg the Cooler will return. Holy smokes. No faith. No faith. No faith at all. How about a PATC online league? I know there's going to be other YouTube channels that are going to do that. We're not going to do it. We'll get into it some more, Skodoki, but we're not going to do that. EA Sports, College Football 25. Expedition Greg, Ohio State has another huge return today. Ty Hamilton has announced his return. I saw that. The Buckeyes have a lot of guys coming back. I don't understand the decision by the UNLV quarterback. Don't quite get it. Don't quite get that one. Maybe he's getting some really good NIL money to be the backup at Georgia. Yeah, I don't understand that one. Don't understand that one. Okay, we're going to open up the phone lines here. We're going to open up the phone lines. We still have some time before kickoff. But thanks again for everybody who's joined us. 763-260-1333. Talk about anything college football. We're really directing it towards Michigan versus Washington. Yes, they had a college football playoff manager meeting today, Monday. They decided, it was voted on, it was passed, that you have to be a conference of at least 8 schools to have the possibility of your champion getting the automatic berth into the college football playoffs. In other words, Washington State and Oregon State being a quasi-independent college football program, that 2-team Pac-12 conference, the winner, whoever has the better record between Washington State and Oregon State, is not going to be considered a conference champion to be ranked, right? That was passed. What wasn't passed today was the changing of the model from 6+6 to 5+7. 6+6 being the 6 top-ranked conference champions get an automatic bid, and then there's 6 at large to make up your 12-team playoffs. It hasn't changed yet to a 5+7, which is the top 5 ranked conference champions plus 7 at-large bids. It sounds like from all reports today that it's going to be taking about 2 to 3 weeks, and then that will pass. It will go to a 5+7 model. My question is this. What is the G5 schools getting out of that change? Because remember, this is only about 24 and 25. This is only about 2024, 2025. It's not about 2026 and beyond. We do not know what that looks like. So if you're changing from 5 conference champions, automatic berths, 24 and 25, if you're going from 6 to 5 automatic berths for conference champions, in 24 and 25, that means the G5 is losing, having 2 G5 schools going into the playoffs down to 1. So what are they getting in return? What is the G5 conferences, the schools, getting in return when this model changes 2 to 3 weeks from now? What are they giving? Because they're giving something up. Because to change the model from a 6+6 to a 5+7, you have to have a unanimous vote. You got to have all the FBS commissioners vote yes. You have to have Notre Dame vote yes. So this can't get done without G5 conferences saying, okay, all right, we'll go 6+6 to 5+7. My question to you all is, what is the G5 conferences in schools getting out of this? We have thought for many months here at Peek Around the Corner that this was going to happen, and that the G5 schools and conferences are doing this if they get a guaranteed, in writing, they get a guaranteed that they're going to have playoff access from 2026 and beyond. Whatever that next media contract, whatever that next formation of the playoffs is going to be, is it going to be 12 teams? Is it going to be 16 teams? Whatever it looks like, I believe G5 is making a deal, cutting back on how many schools they're going to get in the playoffs in 24 and 25. In return, they get some assurances, to get some security, to get that playoff access that they desire for 2026 and beyond. Let me know your thoughts. What do you think the G5 schools are getting out of it? Okay, the phone lines are open. 763-260-1333. I don't know whose band is on the field right now. It looks like Michigan. Michigan's in blue. Washington is in white. Checking any reports here. We are live. We are live. JJ McCarthy is all locked in. Earlier, pre-game, he's meditating. He's got both of his hands folded at his lap. No shoes on. This was a while ago. That's not just now. JJ McCarthy, all locked in. Is JJ McCarthy. If the Michigan Wolverines win the championship game tonight, you know what? Let's put up a poll. Let's put up a couple polls here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's put up a couple polls. Number one. Is this Jim Harbaugh's last? Whoops. Is this Jim Harbaugh's last game as head coach at Michigan? The voting begins now. Is this his last game? There's a lot of steam. There's some steam, I should say. Oh boy, Mireya, the moderator, the one who rules with an iron fist, says, go Huskies. Holy smokes. Mireya Hernandez Garcia Flugar, gonna get a lot of Wolverines fans mad at her, but then again, she's gonna have a lot of Huskies fans happy with her. The voting begins. Votes are coming in. C. Montgomery says that's a smart wife. Awesome Clips says go Huskies. I'm going to give everybody 10 more seconds on the vote. Is this Jim Harbaugh's last game as head coach at Michigan? Ted Evans, you married a smart woman. Holy smokes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 80% of the PATC community voted yes. Yes! This is Jim Harbaugh's last game as head coach of the Michigan Wolverines. I did not expect that type of landslide. Okay, let's do one more poll here. Let's do one more poll. Does J.J. McCarthy enter the NFL draft this spring? Does J.J. McCarthy, is this his last game at Michigan? Win or lose? Does he say, that's it, I'm going into the NFL draft. I've had an incredible year. If Jim Harbaugh leaves, I'm losing my head coach. Or does he stay in it? Because this is a heavy, deep quarterback draft. Big decision. Tricky decision. What say you, PATC community? Does J.J. McCarthy enter the NFL draft this spring? The voting begins now. Daniel H. Leonard. The Vikings should draft J.J. or Penix. Kirk Cousins. Cousins is getting old. The Vikings need to draft a quarterback. I got a feeling that Michael Penix Jr. might be available at number 11. I think maybe Drake May might be available at number 11. Who's ever available, Vikings got to get themselves a quarterback, Tyler Brown. No question about it. I'm giving the voting 5 more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 58% says J.J. McCarthy is going into the NFL draft this spring. So the PATC community believes Michigan going into next year will not have J.J. McCarthy as the quarterback, will not have Jim Harbaugh as their head coach. ESPN opening with the many Keith Jackson sound bites. Love it. Rumbling, bumbling. Keith Jackson, one of my all-time favorites. Kurt Gowdy. Opie, Michigan leads the series 8 wins to 7 losses. Last played in 2021. Gary, this game is great for the Big Ten. Losing teams will hate the other teams for eternity. Josie, Mireya, Renee I've got the Dogs, the Huskies, winning by 7. Tumasta, adios, Harbaugh. Rick Olson blew all the way. TH3, I'm rooting for the Big Ten. Let's go Huskies. Washington Huskies are not a Big Ten team. If the Washington Huskies win this game, that's a Pac-12 team winning the championship game. Washington Huskies are from Pac-12 product. I don't believe this is Big Ten versus Big Ten. This is Washington versus Michigan. That's the most important thing. People to get into this conference stuff, this is Pac-12 versus the Big Ten. Tony says, I think Penix will be there at 11 and the Vikings take a D lineman. Come on, Tony. Come on, Tony. Come on, Tony. Don't be saying that, man. Don't be saying that. Holy smokes. Rumor is the new college football video game from EA will get a release date during the game tonight will be interesting. I hope that's not the only. If that information comes out, that's great. But I'm hoping there's more information, right? Just, you know, give us a little taste, a little bit video. Just give us something. Give us something. Renee, LOL. Yeah, as long as JJ doesn't end up on my Cowboys, I'm good. Send him to Washington for some easy divisional wins. Again, if you're new to the channel, please subscribe to the channel. Get yourself notified. We come on live anytime. This is our last watch party of 2024, but we're going to be doing them again this late March throughout the month of April. Spring football watch parties. Are we crazy? Are we crazy here at PATC? Yes, we are crazy. And everybody in the chat is crazy. Crazy for college football. Absolutely. If you want to support this channel through a super chat donation, hit the $sign, put it in a comment. We'll get to it as fast as possible. I want to thank you for all coming in for the National Championship watch party game. This is going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. Okay, let's see here. Let's see if there's any more news out there. Corso has made his decision. Corso has put on the Michigan helmet. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Corso has picked, Lee Corso has picked Michigan. Okay, let's see anything else. Yeah, it's going to be very busy. Expedition Greg, early peak member this off season, will be very busy, Greg, with a lot coming in the next few months and days. We are all buckled up here at Peek Around the Corner. We're not the only ones that are bracing for impact. The people that we talk to, we are the people that you read and watch. Everybody's bracing for impact. It's a long road. We talked about it. This is not gonna. There was some Twitter message board comments about the Florida State and ACC deal was imminent. It's not. There's a lot of people are going to go in front of their skis a lot here during what happens. Most of the time at Peek Around the Corner, we're trying to give you the early peek around the corner. We have to put the brakes on because people are leaping to conclusions that are just not there. We do believe that Clemson is about to speak, so we're buckling up for that. We don't think anything has changed on that. We shall see. We'll see what happens. Just everybody buckle up. That's all I'm saying. Washington, Michigan, Kalen DeBoer, Jim Harbaugh. Kalen DeBoer, man. Great coach, incredible success at Washington. Everybody in Husky Land believes in Kalen DeBoer. Grubb came back, the offensive coordinator. Michael Penix Jr. came back. McMillan came back. Ndunze came back. They wanted to run it back one more time because they had belief. They had belief they would be right here in Houston, Texas for the national championship game. Jim Harbaugh, the man, the myth, the legend, the cult of personality. The Michigan fans have wrapped themselves around Jim Harbaugh, protecting him from all scandal, or at least doing the best they can. Jim Harbaugh, without a question, has been incredibly successful at the NFL level, at college football. But he's never won a national championship. He's never won a Super Bowl. This is it. This is it for Jim Harbaugh. It very well could be his last game. His very last game as the head coach of the Michigan Wolverines. And of course, I know we have a lot of Washington fans in here. We've got some Michigan fans in here. And I know what you're feeling right now. I know what you're feeling right now.
I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. Anxiety, filling up every space, no privacy. And silently, it could build and build until you finally see, whoa, it's taking over, damn no closure, moving closer. No exposure, I just wanna be alone.
Great call with Washington. Yes, we did have Washington going to the playoffs, but we did not have them going to the championship game. But yeah, we did get something right, Jeff Olson, the evil Badger. We did finally get something right. What do you think about the new Gophers defensive coordinator? I know Ryan Burns at Minnesota 247 loves him. I know he loves him. He had him on his board right away from day one when Joe Rossi left. We shall see. We shall see. I was hoping for Jimmy Rogers, the head coach of the South. Dorian Singers from St. Paul, Minnesota. Played for Tartan. Will he come home to play for Minnesota? I think Minnesota's the underdog. There are only one or two spots left at Minnesota. We need a quarterback. It would be nice if we could get another wide receiver, but we shall see. Joey says, let's go. Let's go, Michigan. Can't believe I'm saying this, a Penn State fan. Let's go, Michigan. Ha SEC. What SEC speed? Joey is rooting for Michigan.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Woo. Okay, let's just see if there's any breaking news out there. It looks like the kickoff's going to be any moment here. Any moment. Pat Forte. Whoops. Pat Forte says coin toss will actually have some intrigue. If it were me, I think I take the ball and not defer. Given the opposing styles of how these teams want to play, getting first chance to set the tone offensively feels important. We'll see if it is. Tough Tony, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for your continued generosity to this channel. Thank you so much, sir. Greg Goldie needs help at Williams Arena tomorrow to make room for another banner. Well, I'm not getting up on no ladder, Tony. I'm not getting up on no ladder. So, or I'm not going to walk upon the, whatever you call that, way up high by the roof. I'm not doing that, Tony. I'm not doing that. I would break the ladder, or I would break me. Either way, I'm not doing it. Thank you so much for your super chat. I appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. Greg, what's your drinking game again? You mean the Cloak and Dagger, or what am I drinking in my cup? I'm drinking zero sugar Coca-Cola cherry. That's what I'm drinking. It's in this cup here. I poured it in this cup. Cloak and Dagger cup. If you want a Cloak and Dagger, college footballs, peek around the corner mug, go to the description box. Go to the link in the description box. Order yourself a mug. Another way to support the channel if you want. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Michigan gets the ball first. Here is our scoreboard. We got it already. Huskies versus the Wolverines. Here we go. Michigan returning it. Ooh, he gets hammered. At least number 82 did not drop the ball that time, did not fumble it away. Michigan's return game has been very, very weak as of late. They start the ball around their 15-yard line. I am all jacked up. This is it, guys. The national championship game. Michigan versus Washington Huskies. Joey, thank you so much for your super chat. I appreciate your continued generosity to this channel. Thank you guys so very much. I appreciate it. Shotgun, single back, 3 up high, but the tight end was in motion, giving a little bit of extra block. Corum, 5-yard gain, right out of the gate. 2nd and 5. 2nd and 5. Can the Huskies defensive line, can they hold it together all game long? Cloak and Dagger with the Crown Apple. That's Joe's drinking game. Renee Budweiser. Okay. Not watching the game, just following on with the PATC commentary. JJ back to pass. First down. First down. Holy smokes. Completes the ball, middle of the field. TH3 should have been a false start. I did not see it. I did not see it. Again, Love Lane it goes in motion. off the left tackle, and they run it in that direction. Once again, Michigan running left. Michigan running left. They're putting the tight end right next, love lane, right next to 73. Their left tackle, and they're running left. Keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on that. That was a 7-yard gain. 7-yard gain. Remember the Michigan-Alabama game where Michigan kept running it wide, wanting to get Alabama to go east and west. This time, right now, it's Michigan going off tackle. Going right at the heart of that defense. 2nd down and 3. First down, Michigan. A run of 4 yards. Mullins with the gain of 4 yards. He gets the ball 2, 3, 4 times a game. First down and 10 at the 39-yard line. Again, they're putting up back to pass, off balance, throw it. It's completed. First down, Michigan at their 49-yard line. J.J. McCarthy had to scramble a little bit out of the pocket there. Cornelius Johnson comes down with it. His second catch of the first drive of the game. Cornelius Johnson brings it in, 2 catches for 18 yards. Michigan is driving. Tell you what, there it is. Michigan tight end, right behind the tight end again. Mullins breaks it down to the Washington 36-yard line. Watch the replay. Where the tight end ends up in motion, that's where they're running behind. Watch it again. Right there. They're going where the tight end is ending up. This time, it was off the right tackle. The other 2 times, it was off the left tackle. Shotgun, Corum, single back, I formate, not shotgun, under center. JJ is under center. Roman Wilson in motion. Back to pass, stepping up, he got mauled. That's a sack. Sack for Washington. Big first defensive play for the Washington Huskies. Now Michigan is behind the chains. They are behind the chains. It's 2nd and 14, 2nd and 15. Shotgun. Running. Donovan Edwards breaks it. 30, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown! Michigan!
Touchdown! Touchdown! Touchdown!
Donovan Edwards. He was clogged up in the middle, but he bounces out and there's no one there. The linebackers all sucked in. The safety number 7 sucked in. Safety number 20 sucked in. Edwards bounces it out. Touchdown, Michigan. The snap, the hold, the kick, 7-0. 7-0, Michigan. Holy smokes. The only play that did not work for Michigan is when they went under center. J.J. McCarthy went under center, and then did a play action. And Washington got some push in the middle of the line, and the play went pear-shaped, and Washington was able to get a sack. Every other play that Michigan ran in that first drive was successful. Many of them on the ground. Many of them on the ground. Washington, look, Michigan was always going to test Washington up front. They were going to get tested. Jim Harbaugh was not going to go through the first half without saying, hey, can Washington stop us on the ground between the tackles? Amac says, get more chalk. Anthony Palika says he's gone. Expedition Greg, touchdown, Michigan. Joey says, Washington's going to get whipped on both lines. All the line of scrimmage, Mood Cat, TD, Joey, TD, Congo Blue, Congo, go Blue. It sounds like Washington won the toss, but they elected to kick off, receive at the start of the second half. We got breaking news. We got breaking news. 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 And and of course, this gets published right before the college championship game. I am absolutely livid. Pitch out to Dillian Johnson. A gain of 6 yards. We'll be talking about it during the next commercial. It has to do with ESPN possibly controlling the next 8 years. The next 8 years of the college football playoffs. The content. If this is true, there's nothing. This studio is going to explode. First down, Washington Huskies. And ESPN leaks it right before the championship game gets started. I will show you the headline, But we got to focus on the championship game. This is what people are expecting us to talk about, the championship game. Sources, college football playoff. ESPN discusses 8-year rights contract. Pass, complete, Washington. The college football playoff, ESPN are in the midst of negotiations to maintain the network as the sole rights holder of the event for the next 8 years. The deal would include final 2 years and plus a new 6-year agreement for the next iteration of the playoffs. If ESPN remains the sole rights holder, it would be a significant change from what the 10 FBS commissioners and Notre Dame athletic director Jack Swarbrick had originally wanted. Had been in agreement for multiple broadcast partners, a model similar to what the NFL has, would be best for college football. While nothing has been finalized, negotiations are ongoing. Sources indicate ESPN is considering paying approximately $1.3 billion for the rights to the new 6-year deal. 1.3 isn't enough to have the whole thing. 1.3 billion. We were thinking 1.5 to 2 billion. First down, Washington. ESPN declined to comment. We'll get to that later. But I got to tell you, if that happens, holy hell is going to break out in this studio and other places across the college football landscape. There's no way. If you talk about the health of college football, you cannot have all 11 playoff content games on ESPN. Those days have to be over. First down and 10, Washington at the 42-yard line. I got to tell you something. ESPN, they're going to pay all the $1.3 billion. That's an incomplete pass to Washington. Then I got to tell you something. They're probably going to decline that ACC deal in 2027. This better not happen. I'm just going to tell you. I'm letting you know. Second down and 10. I'm trying to focus here. This is the national championship game. But if ESPN controls everything, this PATC is going to be irate. And if you don't like it, that's fine. There's a whole bunch of other college football. You can disagree with me. We can have some fun disagreeing with each other. Or if you do not like what I'm saying, if you think I lose credibility, then go off and watch another college football YouTube channel. If that happens, that's what the alliance was. That is why the Big Ten, the ACC, and the Pac-12 went into that fake alliance to at least stop that from happening. What is going on? You telling me Fox is not willing? There was just a report that they're willing to go all in on the college football playoffs. Here's a commercial now. I'm ready to rant. There was just an article a couple days ago that Fox is willing to go all in on getting some of the college football playoff content. Suddenly the managers are in negotiations with ESPN 6 years after these 2 years for $1.3 billion? That doesn't even make sense. The payout now is $460 million. That's for 3 games. We're going to 11 games and it's only $1.3 billion. Where does that make sense? 3 games, 11 games, 460, 1.3, plus you have inflation. I mean, my God, that was the contract 10 years ago. You open up multiple bidders because you don't want ESPN to control everything. You want multiple bidders because you get more money. and you're in negotiations with ESPN? I tell you, man, I'm about to lose
Call
it.
from
Steven, go ahead. Floor is yours. I've lost it.
Hey, I saw like 15, 20 minutes ago, John Oran said something about it, said Fox wasn't that aggressive.
Are you kidding me?
Nope, you might look up John Oran on Twitter.
I'm doing that right now. John Oran, holy smokes. Thanks for letting me know that. I appreciate it. I'm looking it up right now.
Okay, Greg, I appreciate you.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks for the call. Thanks for letting me know. Keep your head on a swivel, everybody. Keep your head on a swivel. Yeah, I can't quite see what he's saying there. 2nd down and 10, Washington. Bubble screen. Big yards. 1st down, Washington. At the Michigan's 25-yard line. Holy smokes. Michigan not tackling. Odunze. Odunze did it again. Well, I don't know what to say. Back to pass, Michael Penix Jr. Incomplete. Incomplete. You got that right, AMAC. You got that right. At the 26-yard line, Michael Penix Jr. Shotgun. Nope. Doing a little bit audibilizing. They moved Dylan Johnson. Westover in motion. Now he's in the slot position. 2nd and 10. And run, McMillan. Man, he got great yards. Great yards. It's 3rd and a half a yard, 3rd and a yard. Michigan goes down and scores. Washington about to score. Holy smokes. I mean, they aren't in an exclusive window. I don't know what's going on. I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm not sure what's going on. That would be the most disappointing thing I've read since last week. 1st down, Dylan Johnson and the Washington Huskies. First down and 10. 1st and goal. They're inside the 10. Handout, trying to bounce it. Ooh, Dylan gets tackled. Close. 2nd down and 10 at the 10. 2nd down and 10. Now, or 2nd and goal. Thanks for everybody coming on in. I appreciate it. Once again, if you're new to the channel, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button if you like our content. If you want to support the channel through a super chat, hit the $, make a comment. We'll get to it as fast as possible. I do apologize. We are covering the national championship game, but there was a massive news that broke. That could work. Bounces out to the outside. Gets a couple yards. 3rd and goal, Washington. Michael Penix Jr. He's got to toss one in the end zone right here. Right now, you got to take your shot. Got to take your shot. Third and goal. 4:17 left to go in the first quarter. Can Michigan... Ooh, timeout. Timeout, Washington. Timeout, Washington. I'm... Hang in there, Mireya. Hang in there. Hang in there. Washington, they might score a touchdown right on this next play. Jared Jones, Big Ten, ain't signing off at ESPN, getting all the college football playoff games. I don't know. Look, there's going to be more written here soon on that story. Again, I'm going to pop it up. Sources, college football playoff. ESPN discusses 8-year rights contract. The college football playoff and ESPN are in the midst of negotiations to maintain the network as the sole rights holder. Yuck. Gross. Of the event for the next 8 years, sources told ESPN. And I would say yuck, gross, if anybody had all were the sole rights holder. The deal would include the final 2 years, 24-25, plus a 6-year agreement. 6-year agreement. This is 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. If ESPN remains the sole rights holder, it would be a significant change from what the 10 FBS commissioners and Notre Dame athletic director Jack Swarbrick had originally wanted. Are you telling me that ESPN's $1.3 billion, that's the highest bid for all 11 playoff games? ESPN is considering paying approximately $1.3 billion. CFP Executive Director Bill Hancock said the organization is no longer in the exclusive negotiating window with ESPN. I have to say this is a negotiation, and so I'm not going to be able to tell you much about it. We're happy with where we are and not quite to the finish line yet. This is gross. Washington, third and goal at the 8-yard line. We'll get back to the article next commercial. Third and goal at the 8-yard line. Penix in the shotgun. Polk in motion. Looks like they're audibilizing at the line. They are. Penix communicating. Dylan Johnson split back. No pressure. Incomplete. He threw it high. He had a nice pocket. Michigan still don't quite have the pressure. Michael Penix Jr. Washington's going to have to kick the field goal here. Fourth and goal. This will have a very significant impact on the ACC, Greg. No, ESPN's can't be the highest bid. I cannot believe it. Look, the media market is tight. I get it. So the kick, he squeezed it in. He squeezed it in. It's good, but it's good. Washington up on the board, 7-3 Michigan. Washington does answer back, 7-3. I mean, I can't handle it. I can't handle it. There's no way. There's no way that ESPN can control all 11 games. Nope. 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 Nope, that can't happen. But again, PATC, we have to call it like it is. But on this one, there's no way the Big Ten lets that happen. I mean, what is Fox doing? We just had an article a couple of days ago. This is from Zach Barnett. This is from January 4th. January 4th. Fox reportedly prepping massive bid for expanded college football playoff. Prepping the out of the exclusive window. Fox is prepping. We've gone from Fox prepping to we're not quite at the finish line yet, that ESPN's going to control all 11 playoff games? $1.3 billion? If that's true, this report is incorrect. According to a report from Front Office Sports, Michael McCarthy, I'm hearing that Fox Sports is weighing a massive bid to snatch all or parts of the college football playoff away from ESPN. Well, were they weighing it and then they say, no, we don't want any of it? We don't want any games? Is that what happened?
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
I wanna be the greatest. Everybody on the fake shit. I look around and feel like everybody is the fakest.
Great. Gary, it's hard to believe Fox and NBC don't want in on the action. The return, Michigan again. That Michigan return game doesn't work. Michigan should be fair catching it. You can fair catch a kickoff and start the ball at the 25-yard line. It makes no sense what Michigan's doing in the return game. None.
Call from
Steven, yes.
Hey, Oran did say that something to the effect that ESPN could sell individual games, so Fox might try to get the big noon games or something like that.
Yeah, I did. I was about to read that part of the article.
Okay.
But again, it still doesn't make sense to me. I appreciate the phone call.
The NCAA might have wanted to just mess with one partner.
But they didn't want to. They all wanted more partners. That's the part I'm having problems with. Early in the article, they've wanted multiple bidders. They wanted multiple networks to play the game. Unless
can't hold it against ESPN if nobody else puts in a bid.
But I can't believe they didn't. That's my point. No, I'm not going to hold it against ESPN.
I mean, John Oran's pretty good.
Yeah, he's the best. He's the best. No question about it. No,
right,
I won't hold
let's
it against ESPN. No question about it. They're doing it for their self-interest. I'm just bummed if this happened. Big completion. Thank you for the phone call, sir.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Big completion downfield. J.J. McCarthy. Holy smokes. Roman Wilson. I would be bummed. Again, it's in what the caller was saying, Steven, at the end of the article. Hancock said if ESPN were to sublicense any games, the presidents would have to approve it. So, almost picked off. Out of the hands of number 82. Boy, he's having a tough playoff. So, does that mean all the presidents would have to approve it? I don't know. I do not want... Here it says right here in the article, Hancock said if ESPN were to sublicense any games, the presidents would have to approve it. I don't know. We'll wait. We are going to wait for more reporting. From first blush, I'm not a fan of it. I do not hold ESPN against ESPN for doing, to hold as much value as possible for $1.3 billion. Donovan Edwards again! Breaks free! Touchdown! Michigan! Holy smokes!
Touchdown! Touchdown! Touchdown!
Donovan Edwards does it again! Holy smokes! Michigan is blowing Washington off the line of scrimmage. That was a gigantic hole. Even the fat guy from Minnesota could have ran through it. Holy moly. Suddenly 14-3. 14-3 Michigan. Oh my goodness. Donovan Edwards. Let's look at the stats. Donovan Edwards, 2 carries for 87 yards. 2 carries for 87 yards. 2 touchdowns. Michigan, 8 carries for 115 yards. Wow. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Mireya, the moderator who rules with the iron fist, is not happy. Pretty no girl, as a Florida State fan, I don't want to hear any complaints about defense. Edwards is the big favorite right now to win MVP, but this is the Washington Huskies. They've come back before with that arsenal, with that great wide receiving core, and Michael Penix Jr. First down and 10. Washington at the 25-yard line. 2 minutes to go in the first quarter. They could not quite get the Penix 8 yards. Good scramble. 2nd and 2. A lot of game left. Absolutely. Jeff Olson, Washington, D, all sucked into the middle on the TV run. They're still definitely not staying in their lanes. The safety and the linebackers. 2nd and 5. Pitch out. Dylan got swallowed up. It's going to be 3rd and 4. It's a big play for Washington. Big play for Washington. I think it's 3rd and 4. I'm not sure on that. I'm not sure. Steven, please don't be 65-7 again like last year. 3rd and 5. It's 3rd and 5. Two master. This could get ugly real fast. Wow. In motion. Got to get a first down here, Washington. Got to keep the chains moving. Oh, they brought McMillan down. Great tackle. Holy smokes. Washington's going to have to punt the ball. Big defense. Wow. Washington's going to have to punt the ball. Michigan's going to go back to the ground and the pound. Michigan's return game has been pretty bad. There it is, letting it roll. The return game in Michigan is a mess. On kickoff, on punts, but everything else is clicking in these playoffs. But the return game is a complete mess. That was a heck of a tackle. No question about it, Anthony. Yes, Joey. Heck of a tackle. Fighting Illini Ted. Washington came back before, but against Pac-12 defenses. Michigan D is a different monster. Michigan with the ball at the 21. First down and 10. 21 seconds. This could be the last play of the first quarter. Corum. Holy smokes! All the way down to the 20-yard line. What is going on? Oh, that's a big hole. Corum breaking it left. Down the sideline. Cuts back. Michigan is running all over the Huskies. End of the first quarter. Okay, Washington is going to have to make some sort of adjustments here. They're going to have to bring everybody in. They're going to have to bring the safeties in. Everybody's got to come in. They got to play one-on-one with the Michigan wide receivers. I think they're probably doing a lot of that already. But they got to load up. They got to let J.J. McCarthy beat them. Although, in the last drive, J.J. McCarthy hit a big play to Roman Wilson. So, pick your poison. But this cannot continue to happen. This cannot continue to happen. Look at this. The Michigan Wolverines, 9 carries, 174 yards. What is that for average? What is that for average? That's like, 18 yards per carry? I don't even know. 19 yards per carry? My Minnesota math will not work. Holy smokes. Wow. Wow. J.D. Mill, a Gopher. Michigan doing it on the ground. Welcome to the Big Ten, Washington. Welcome to the party. Yeah, we've seen this before in the Big Ten. Unfortunately, as a Gopher fan, as Michigan has gone all over us. Wow. Holy smokes. Thank you, Anthony. 19.33 yards per carry in the first quarter. Pretty no girl. She's getting her shots in. She's throwing those elbows in. SEC fans, we don't want a blowout. None of their teams make it. Now we're potentially about to witness a blowout. But I'm just going to watch. Pretty no girl's just going to watch. She's going to mind her own business. Throw a couple elbows now and then. But she's just going to sit back and watch. Let the implosion happen. Holy smokes. Greg, we will get him next year. Maybe. Tony, I don't know what to say, man. I don't know what to say. Jim Harbaugh might be gone. J.J. McCarthy might be gone. Maybe Michigan will come down to earth a little bit. But I don't know if that's going to happen. Here we go. At the 20-yard line, 1st and 10, Michigan. Hands it off. Jeez. Corum gets 3 yards out of nothing. 2nd and 7. Got to hold them to a field goal, Washington. Got to hold Michigan to a field goal. Right here. Right now. Play some defense. Let's go. Let's go. We want a game. We want a game. Sky, Jimmy must have found a way to steal Washington's signs. 2nd and 7. Harbaugh shotgun. It looks like Mullins. Yeah, that's Mullins. He gets the ball. He's their 3rd running back. He's RB3. He gets about 3 yards. It's about 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5. This is the Huskies' chance. Right here. Buckle up, Washington. Buckle up. Let's make the stop. Make the tackle. I got a feeling that Corum is going to come out of the backfield on a real route or a flat pass, a little bit of screen pass. Watch for Corum out of the backfield here. J.J. McCarthy going to do a little dance, dump it off to Corum. Calling a timeout. Michigan calling a timeout. No in-person scouting necessary. AMAC, I can't stand Herb Street. Where does Corum get drafted? I don't know. Good question for the community. If anybody got an idea where Corum is, his draft rating, he's a running back, 3rd round, 4th round, let us know. Let us know. T-Duck loves Herbie. Corum is the 4th rounder, in my opinion. TH3. Kevin Steele, defensive coordinator of Alabama. His 3rd different stint at Alabama under Nick Saban. Plans to retire from coaching. Kevin Steele turned 66 in March. Has spent 40 years coaching. 12 as a defensive coordinator. He was a finalist for the Broyles Award in 2017. First quarter yardage. Washington 74, Michigan 229. Michigan 229 yards in the first quarter. That is very hard to imagine. But we saw it. It happened. Jamie Thornton, great that he to put the jinx on the Huskies. My wife is very, very upset. Time for Sankey to step in. Now, in my defense, Jamie, I did not pick Michigan to cover the spread. In fact, right now, Greg the Heater, the furnace looks like it's going to be turned down some or a whole heck of a lot because I had under 55.5. So I did not take Michigan. I thought Michigan would win, but I did not have Michigan covering the spread nor Washington. So I don't think I put the jinx on. I think what's happening is the Washington Huskies defensive line is getting blown out of the water. We'll see if they can make the adjustments. Kalen DeBoer, great coach. If there's an adjustment that can be made, he will make it. It might not be enough. They might not have the thoroughbreds. We shall see. 3rd and 4, Michigan. Washington's got to stop them right here. Watch Blake Corum. Blake Corum out of the backfield. Oh, it's punched away. Washington stopped Michigan. 4th and 4. Michigan going to go for a field goal. That is a win for the Washington Huskies. That's a win. You got to start somewhere. You got to have some success somewhere. Oh, he just snuck that in. Kick is good. Finally not a touchdown for the Michigan Wolverines. 17-3 Michigan. Again at halftime. I'm going to be taking a little bit of a break, 15-minute break. I hope you come join us at after the halftime. Then after the game, we're going to be taking your phone calls. Post-game, national championship, Michigan, Washington. We'll be taking your phone calls. Right now, I've got the phone calls. I got the phone line turned off. We'll be turning up sometime in the second half, but at the end of the game, we're going to be doing a post game. Michigan, Washington. So please join us. 17-3, 13 minutes to go in the second quarter. Okay, now Washington needs a long, sustained drive. Keep your defense off the field for a little bit. 1st and 10. Dylan Johnson in the backfield. Play action. Big play, Washington. That's a first down right out of the gate. Right out of the gate. Total yards, 235 to 84. Wow. Michael Penix Jr. Shotgun. Bernard in motion, back to pass. Strike! First down, Washington at the 50-yard line. Was that into Ndunze? I didn't see who that was to. Nope, to Polk. That was a Polk. First down and 10. Handing off Dylan Johnson. They're not going to get anything out of that running game tonight. Dylan Johnson's banged up. He ain't the same. 2nd down and long. Just got to give it to Dylan Johnson enough to try to keep Michigan's defense honest. But for the most part, I don't know. Pretty No Girl says Penix is about to heat up. 2nd and 9. Shotgun. Dylan Johnson in the backfield. 2 wide receivers high, 2 wide receivers low. Snap. There's a flag. Pre-snap penalty on the Washington Huskies. They cannot afford to do that. They can't do that. Pre-snap penalty. Holy smokes. Illegal motion. That hurts. That hurts. That hurts. Boy, does that hurt. Second and 14. No blitz. No blitz, and they still get to him. No blitz. 4 down linemen for Michigan, and they got to Michael Penix Jr. That's just tough. That's what Michigan was doing to Milroe. Not blitzing, but still getting to him. That's not good news for Michael Penix Jr. It looked like they were going to bring the safety, but he held off. We'll see what Michigan does here on defense. Shotgun. 5 wide receivers in the game. And another pre-snap penalty. Illegal motion, Washington. Everything's breaking down for the Washington Huskies. They're feeling a lot of pressure right now. They're not sharp. They're not picking up their assignments on offense. They're not staying in their lanes on defense. It's 3rd and 17. No, it isn't. It's 3rd and 19. 3rd and 19. Michigan's got their ears just no blitz. Washington picked everything up, dumped it off. Michigan with the tackle. Washington 4th down and about 8-7 just inside Michigan's territory. I believe Washington has to punt the ball. You can't go for it here. You can't go for it here. And they're going for it. Yikes. Oh boy. 4th and 7. You put them down deep in their territory. 3 and out, get the ball back. Penix Jr. Oh, he was open. And he missed him. He missed Ndunze. Michigan gets the ball. He was open. He was wide open. Broken coverage. Should have been a touchdown, Washington. Should have been a touchdown, Washington. Yikes. TH3 says they show no signs of stopping Michigan. But you're going to have to stop Michigan at some point. Right? So stop them when, I don't know. The pressure got to him there. Not pressure from Michigan, but his own internal pressure. You have to make that play. Just not Washington's night. T-Duck, Penix is off tonight. Jeff Olson, the evil Badger. Penix just dropped to 11 on the draft board with that pass. Oh, God. For Tony, for the Vikings. Okay, let's see what people are reporting on here. Michigan at their own 47-yard line. Give it off to Corum. He gets hit at the line of scrimmage. 2nd out and 10. 2nd and 11. Second out and 10. Washington's defense has to make their stand right here. Can't give up more points on this drive. Play action. McCarthy rolling out. Beautiful pass. Incomplete though. Looks like he dropped it. Great defensive play. It was right there. It was right there. Boom! Great defensive play by Washington. A great breakup. McCarthy, he's, for the few throws he's had this game, he has been accurate. But that was knocked away. 3rd and 10. Oh, incomplete. Defensive back kind of fell down, but that was the first bad pass to J.J. McCarthy. Washington's defense gets a 3 and out, and the Michigan Wolverines are going to have to punt the ball. Michigan is going to have to punt the ball. The punt. They're letting it go. And it goes in the end zone. Not even close. Not a good punt by the Michigan punter. So Washington will start the ball off here. Okay, long drive. Take some time off the clock. Tick, tick, tock. Tick, tick, tock. Tick, tick, tock. T-Duck, Michigan should have ran it 3 times. Rick Olson, Michigan, let's stop running the ball. It's not working. Score points before halftime, Huskies. That is Stevens' instructions to the Washington Huskies. Tony, Washington needed that stop. Kyle says that JJ is not a high-round quarterback. Don't care what Mel Kiper says. Kill ball. Kill ball is in the house. Here comes the comeback. Here comes the comeback. Here comes the comeback. Washington Huskies. Kill ball has called it. Can they make a long drive here? Get it within 7 points. Right now, right here, Michael Penix Jr., Odunze, Bernard, McMillan, Polk. They've got to make it happen. Right here, big plays, big plays. Right now, we're looking at David versus Goliath. David has to rise up. James Hester, if they score this drive, that's ball game. But they didn't. Michigan did not score. Washington hung in there. Stopped them. JJ's no Bo Nix. I like the way you think, Greg. Okay, I might be wrong. The evil Badger early peak member, Ryan Willie. Okay, I might be wrong, but I still hate Michigan. Jared Jones, Edwards, no touches, no touches. Okay, here we go. 20-yard line, 1st and 10, Washington Huskies. 9 minutes to go in the second quarter. Down 17-3. They're getting a whole lot of pressure on them. That's a big-time sack. Washington is getting mauled. There was no blitz again. No blitz. No blitz. You see that, ladies and gentlemen? There's nothing there. 4 guys are beating 5 guys at the line of scrimmage. 4 guys are beating 5 guys. It's just mano y mano. There's no trickery. There was no there was nothing there. 2nd and 22. No blitz. And they got him again. They had to get rid of the ball. I think that was short. I think that's incomplete. They're calling it incomplete. That Penix Jr. had to get rid of the ball again. Again, no blitzing. There was no blitzing on that. They're just beating up. They're beating up the Huskies' offensive line with 4 guys rushing. And mainly, it's the defensive tackles right now. They're owning the line of scrimmage. On the passing downs, which is every down right now for Washington, it's the defensive tackles. Good. 3rd and 22. Dumping it off, trying to get some yards for the punting game. Dylan Johnson goes down. Washington's going to have to punt the ball. I got to tell you, this game, more or less, have gone the way I thought it was going to go, except Michigan busted out a couple long runs that I was not expecting. But I believe that Michael Penix Jr. was going to get hit early and often in the first half, and it wasn't going to be a track meet. That's why I took the 55.5 under. But, Michigan, a lot more success than I thought they were going to have. A lot more success than I thought they were going to have in the offensive game. Dribbling it down there at the 32-yard line. Michigan, 1st and 10. What a crappy game plan so far. I don't know if you're getting beat up front. There's not much you can do. Maybe they should just come out with a quick passing attack. But again, Michigan's right up there, right up at the line of scrimmage, challenging Washington, because Michigan doesn't think that Washington can give Michael Penix Jr. enough time. Jack Harbaugh, Jim Harbaugh's father, is in the stands. A big gain for Corum. That was about 8 yards. Second and short. Second and short, Blake Corum. Wolverines is spelled wrong on the chalkboard. Yeah, it is. You are correct. It's supposed to be in the... Thank you, Montgomery. Appreciate it. I'll make it correct at halftime. There's the Wildcat orgy, number 10, big yards, Michigan. They're just mauling Washington. Lonnie says this game is over. Michigan won. Another Wildcat formation. Orgy gets a couple yards. It's second and long. 6 minutes to go in the second quarter. Ooh, third and long. Oh no, he's hurt. He's hurt. Looks like the cornerback went up there and made the play on the tackle. Hurt his wrist, hurt his arm. Tough injury for the Washington Huskies. Tough injury. It's going to be third and long. Michigan, I think we're going to get some commercials here. I don't want to see the injury. Do not want to look at it. I do not want to look at it. Jabbar Muhammad. Oh my goodness. Jabbar Muhammad. Oh, that's terrible. Great player for Washington. I want to show you something here. John Harbaugh has made it to the game. Finally made it to the game. Baltimore coaching staff was going to go to the game, but they were on delay. They finally made it. And here is older brother Harbaugh, or John Harbaugh, saying hi to Jim Harbaugh on the sidelines. There he is. Big hug. Just to show you that. Dislocated elbow. I'm gonna redo it at halftime. Don't look at it. I'm going to redo it at halftime. I will spell the Wolverines correctly. And it was an innocent mistake. It was not a shot against Michigan. Now more conspiracies are going to be rising up about me in Michigan. Not a conspiracy. I just misspelled it. My bad. I've had a few people. I had one person on Twitter. I was hoping that no one would notice. Somebody on Twitter told me, but then you guys have been hitting me pretty hard. Montgomery, now Ray L.A. Harbaugh to the Chargers. Very well could be. Wolverines. How do you spell Minnesota? I don't got a clue. Harbaugh is going to be a hot commodity. Yeah, he is. Yeah, this might be his last game, ladies and gentlemen, as the head coach of Michigan. They're saying that Muhammad might have been his right shoulder that got injured. His right shoulder. Michigan, 3rd and 8. Big play here. Big play. Okay, they stopped him. Now what does Michigan do? Do they go for it? At the 38-yard line, 39-yard line? 4th and 2, 4th and 3? What does Michigan do here? Looks like they're putting on the field goal team. No. Maybe. No. Yes. No. Ryan Willie, the evil Badger. Thank you so much for your generosity. I appreciate it so very much. If Michigan wins, does that mean Harbaugh runs into the NFL to escape the NCAA? A lot of people think so, Ryan. A lot of people think so. There's been a lot of steam. You know, Jim Harbaugh has made the moves behind the curtain to where he can make the move to the NFL. He brought on another agent just in case. He's given himself the opportunity. Michigan gave him a massive offer. Jim Harbaugh hasn't accepted it yet. So a lot of people, a lot of NFL reporters outside of the college football world are saying that they've heard Chargers and Harbaugh. So I think it's the slight shock, the slight favorite that this is Jim Harbaugh's last game as Michigan's head coach. But it wouldn't surprise me either way. Jim Harbaugh is, I wouldn't be surprised either way. Greg, forgot to mention this, but we've gotten 7. Thank you, Ryan, for your generosity. Appreciate it, sir. Greg, forgot to mention this, but we've gotten 7 inches of snow in this part of Nebraska. Expected to get another 3 or 5 more. I know Iowa's going to get hit hard here on Monday next week. Minnesota, we're still not getting anything. A little bit here, a little bit there, but it's been the most mild winter that I can remember. And I am an old man. Oh, broken up by Washington. Big play. Big play. First down, Washington. 4 minutes and 43 seconds to go. The offensive coordinator is telling, Sharon Moore is telling JJ something on that. Ooh, they had to tie it in for a button hook. They had to tie it in for a first down. He was open. 89. He made the tougher play. He made the tougher play on that. Hey, that's a good run. That's a good run. Dylan Johnson. That's about a 6-7 yard gain. We got 2nd and short. Washington going to mount a drive here. Try to mount a drive. 2nd and 4. G. Brew says TD here and get out of the half. First down to Westover. Boom. Here comes the Huskies. To Dylan Johnson. Gets a couple yards. 2nd down and 8. Oh my goodness. That might work. First down. They let the Michigan line just blow out Washington offensive line. They got a little bit of a screen pass there to Undunze. G. Brew is correct. Washington gets the ball at the beginning of the second half. Back to pass, let it dumped off the Westover. Another first down. Here comes the Huskies. Here comes the Huskies. Got to punch this in, though. Got to punch it in. Jamie Thornton, here they come. TH3, these gadget plays are just working right now. 1st and 10, Washington. Oh, no. Ooh, that was dangerous. Incomplete. 2nd and 10. Michigan is getting to Michael Penix real fast, real quick. Two minutes to go. Second quarter. 2:17. You got Odunze in motion. McMillan, Bernard on the low part of your screen. Michael Penix Jr. empty backfield, shotgun snap. He's getting rushed. That was a bad. That didn't go anywhere. There was nothing there. Undunze slipped. 3rd and 10. Michael Penix Jr. saw that blitz coming in, and he just got rid of the ball. That was not a PI. That was not a pass interference, in my opinion. 3rd and 10. 3rd and 10. Now I think they're bringing it here. They blitzed. They blitzed. Incomplete. Oh, they threw the flag. McMillan got the call. We talked about it. These referees, they lead the nation. This group of referees lead the nation in throwing PI penalties, PI flags. Let's see that again. That is the break Washington needed. Let's see it again. Oh, he tugged him. He tugged him there. He didn't need to. He pulled on that jersey. He made it easy. He made it easy for the referee to call that play, to call that penalty. ACC refs want some TV time. Bailed out. There was a tug. Yeah, he got him. They had to call that. You saw the jersey stretch out. Handoff, Dylan Johnson. Got a couple yards. 2nd and goal. With 2 minutes to go in the first half. If Washington can score a touchdown here, they get the ball at the start of the second half. This could be the flip of the game right here, right now. But Washington has to punch this in. It's 2nd and goal. Dylan Johnson. Oh. Number 7 got off his block for Michigan. He was blocked, but he got off it and crashed down on Dylan Johnson. Dylan is all nicked up. Watch number 7 of Michigan. He did not. He got off that block of 77, and he made the play. He made the play. It's 3rd and goal. It's 3rd and goal, Washington. Man, they got to punch this in. Timeout, Michigan. Makari Page with a brilliant play. Do you kick a field goal if you don't pick it up? Woo! I don't know. Great question, Jamie. I don't know. I'm bailing out on that great question. Here it is, 3rd and goal. Penix. I don't know about that call. I mean, did they throw the ball once? There must be going for it. It must have been a 3rd call play that if they don't make it, they go for 4th down. They haven't thrown the ball in the end zone once again in the red zone. They've been running it in the end zone. When they kicked the field goal, they were running it. They haven't been thrown. They did throw it on the 3rd down play when it was incomplete the last time they were down here. But we've had 3 runs. Got to get to throw it up here, Penix. 4th down and goal. Touchdown! McMillan, we got a flag. We got a flag. It looks like it's on Michigan. No. Yes. No. Yes. On Michigan. Michigan's not happy. We got a touchdown. That it is. That's a touchdown. Washington.
Touchdown! Touchdown! Touchdown!
That was a big drive. Big drive. That was a big penalty. The pass interference call on Michigan, I thought it was a good call. They had to call it. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Wrong chalk. Wrong chalk. Holy smokes. (17-10). Now we got ourselves a game. We might be playing the mariachi song in the 3rd quarter. Every time we have a good competitive game where it could go either way, we play the mariachi song. I'll give it just a little bit here. If we got a good game in the middle of the 3rd quarter, we're going to be dancing and playing this at the commercial break. All right, but that's the 3rd quarter. That's the 3rd quarter, middle of the 3rd quarter. 17-10. 42 seconds to go. Michigan doesn't have any timeouts remaining. What do you do here? You know that Washington starts the ball at the start of the 2nd half. What does Michigan do? Greg, are you singing tonight? Yes, I am. I'm either singing Hail to the Victor or Bow Down to Washington. Whoever wins the game, before we take your phone calls, after the show, post-game, I'm going to be singing bow down to Washington or hail to the victory, you're all going to have to hit the mute button. You're all going to have to hit the mute button. First down and 10. Shotgun. McCarthy. Oh, boy. Big play. Lovelane. How do you leave him that wide open? That's a big play. 37 seconds. Michigan's coming down. McCarthy back to pass. Oh, they kept him in bounds. Great tackle by Washington. Tick, 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 tock. Tick, 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 tock. And then they spike the ball. It's 2nd and 3. 16 seconds to go. They could be setting up for a Hail Mary here. They could be setting up for a Hail Mary. Could be setting up for a Hail Mary. 50-yard line. Do you make one more play here? Do you get it closer? You try to go for the first down? Or do you just let it ride? Ooh, he was open. 12 seconds. Now you got to punt it away. Michigan, you got to punt it away. You got to punt it away. You can't go do-si-do on the Hail Marys. If you throw a Hail Mary and you leave a second on the clock, Washington's going to get a shot at a Hail Mary. Punt the ball, Michigan. Punt the ball, Michigan. What are you doing, Michigan? Yeah. You got to punt it. You got to punt it. You got to punt it. Yeah, you can't be doing the do-si-do there. You can't be doing one shot to yourself. If you miss it, give Washington a shot. You cannot make sure that there's no time remaining after you throw your Hail Mary. Field goal try. Down at the Washington's 2-yard line. 3 seconds to go. Washington's going to go into their halftime formation, do a kneel down. I want to thank everybody for coming in to the first half of the college football championship game. Michigan, Washington, 17-10. We got ourselves a game. I'm going to be taking about a 15, 20-minute break. I hope you all come back to join us for the second half. After the game is over, we're going to be doing a post game, and we're going to be on live as long as you need us, as the phone calls come in, post game. But we're going to be doing a second half here. I'm going to be taking a little bit of a break. I hope you all come back to join us. Michigan 17, Washington 10. Washington will start with the ball at the beginning of the second half. I'll see you then. We are live. We are live. I'm going to just leave the Wolverines the way it is because full transparency. Full transparency. Your host is an idiot. I misspelled Wolverines. I'm not going to change it now. We're just going to leave it as it is. Okay. I don't have a dog, unfortunately. We did, but she passed away. February 2020. Princess, our little Malta, passed away at age 14 years old. Someday we might get another one, but I've been taking care. Oh! Did he get it? He got it! Or did he get it? Right now it's ruled an interception. Holy smokes. Did he bring that in? Michael Penix. Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate it. Michael Penix Jr. throws it up. I don't know. Was he out of bounds? Was his body out of bounds? He caught it, but was any part of his body out of bounds? That's an interception! First play of the half! Will Johnson, an incredible football player, NFL, going to be playing on Sundays. I think he came down with that. And Michael Penix Jr., he might be nicked up. He might be injured. Okay, this is what's going on here. This is what's going on. In that second quarter, Michael Penix Jr. is hurt again. Washington in that second quarter was crashing down their defensive ends. Michigan, you got to start running wide. Again, like you did against Alabama. Too much in between the tackles. They're crashing down on you. Washington is got to pitch it. Got to go wide here, Michigan. Got to go wide. Again, they don't go wide, but it don't matter. First down, Corum. First down, Corum. Boy, unbelievable. Everything was looking good for Washington. They scored at the last drive. They come with the ball at the start of the second half. Michael Penix Jr. throws an interception first play, and he might have gotten injured. Oh, that's a penalty on Michigan, right? Or did 4 go off the line first? I believe that's on Michigan. I don't think the center had the same snap count as the rest of the entire team. Penix looks wonky. Joe Z says, Corum is just warming up. He's getting all lathered up. Now, that's a very unusual pre-snap penalty for the Michigan offense. They play that pretty clean. They don't have a lot of mistakes. Love lane in motion, and they go right behind them. They get a couple yards. It's going to be 2nd and 13. Washington has to bowl up here. They're going to have to stop Michigan. Force them into a field goal situation. They're behind the chains. You got the opportunity, Huskies. 2nd and 13. You got to bounce back after that interception. The 19-yard line. Another pre-snap penalty on Michigan. The offensive line is going in a meltdown. First it was the center. This time it was the left tackle. I believe it was the left tackle. Left guard, left tackle. It was on the left side. Second and 18. Lovelane in motion. Back to pass. That was batted down. Incomplete. Third down and 18. And I'm going to tell you something. If Michigan goes for a long field goal, the kicker's a good kicker, but man, he has not been sharp on those extra points. And the one field goal. He's had 2 kicks where he's just snuck it in. So keep an eye on that. If Michigan has to go for a long field goal, I'm not sure the field goal kicker is very sharp tonight. At the 24-yard line, 3rd and 18. J.J. McCarthy. Lovelane, he got busted down at the 20-yard line. It's going to be a 37-yarder, 38-yarder. But I'm telling you, this kicker doesn't seem very sharp to me. Second half, we're going with a pink Zip Fizz energy drink, no sugar. That's what we're going with. And he drills it right down the middle. Of course. Field goal, Michigan. Woohoo! Just 3 points. It's good. They held them. Thanks again for those who dropped in here for the second half. I appreciate you coming back. At the end of the game, whenever it ends, I'm going to be singing, unfortunately, PATC community. Unfortunately, I'm going to be singing the fight song. Either Bow Down to Washington or Hail to the Victors. You have to put it on mute. A lot of people suffered through my singing, but I got to do it here at College Football's Peek Around the Corner. We sing the fight song, the national champions. I did it last year with Georgia. It was brutal. I'm going to do it this year. It's going to be brutal. So either you walk out of the room or hit the mute button, whatever you need to do to survive. Then after I'm done singing, we're going to be opening up the phone lines for everybody to call in, give me your thoughts on the final of Washington, Michigan National Championship. We'll see what happens. Tony says, where's my mute button? I don't know, Tony. Just bring the volume all the way down on your phone or your TV. Do what you have to, Tony. Do what you have to survive. I don't know. Great questions, Joe. Don't know the answer. Do not know the answer. I would imagine that under the negotiated settlement that Washington's going to get all their money or some of their money in regards to this playoff. They made an agreement that was, both parties agreed with it. 10 schools on one side, 2 on the other. The Cougars and the Beavers got most of what is coming into the Pac-12 coffers, but I don't know the answer. Great question. Don't know the answer. Huskies need to score in response. Rick Olson, I will never bow down. Go Ducks. I will never bow down. Okay, here we go. Kicking it off. Let me ask a question. Let me ask a question. Has there been any information? This is a question to the chat room. Has there been any information, any commercials, anything out there on X talking about the new EA Sports 2000, I don't know what they're going to call it, 2025? Because the playoffs are going to be in 2025. Have they discussed any details about the new EA Sports college football game? Let me know in the chat. Have you seen anything out there? 2nd and 6. Little flat pass. Man, they got that going. They got that part of the offense going. In Dunze with the first down. Numbskull News. We need to see some guts by Penix. Even though he's a little nicked up, battered, bruised, he's got to stay in that pocket. Michigan's coming. Michigan is a coming. He's got to stay in there. James Hester says, not yet, Greg. There is no news. Ooh, could work. Little screen, tight end, busting loose. First down, Washington at the Michigan's 49-yard line. And we got a flag. Could that be a personal foul on Michigan? Is that a personal foul on Michigan? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Woo! Not yet, Greg, and Twitter is angry. Purple Orca 40. I won't believe it until I see it. And when I do, I might cry. I might cry. Aww. Here we go. 1st and 10. 34-yard line. Tip pass. It falls incomplete. Purple Orca, we've been waiting. We have been awaiting. I'm a little too old. My brain doesn't work fast enough. I can't play those video games. But I do like watching the simulation computer versus computer 2014 game handoff. So I'm looking forward to this new game where, and we might be doing that here. I'm not sure. We haven't made a decision. We might be doing watch parties, computer versus AI versus AI, doing games, watching them, talking about it like it's a real game. We'll see. Purple Orca 40. I was young when the last one came out. I was old when the last one came out. But I'm looking forward to it. Rush, dump off. That's a great pass. Sidearm pass to Westover. 4th down, Washington. What do they do here? 4th and 3. This is a big, big decision. What's going on? Jamie Thornton don't like the no runs. What are they going to do? 4th and 4, they're kicking a field goal. Washington is lining up for a field goal attempt. 4th and 4. Steven likes it. 45 yards out. the snap, the hold, the kick, right down the middle. Right down the middle. Washington answers back. Holy smokes. Jamie Thornton, Greg, my wife and I used to play with the mascots. Arkansas versus Washington. Yeah, you know, they're going to have a lot of, it sounds like they're going to have a lot of, you know, everybody's fight songs and stadiums. And each team's traditions are going to be part of the game. You know, the Florida State, the Seminole, the flag in the middle of the turf. Wisconsin, third quarter jump around. I think every team's going to have a little bit of a flavor, different flavor to it. I think we're just all excited. We all love college football. And I can't play the game, but I like Skynet makes a football game. This is how they take over. Steven, 3 is better than 0. The mascot games were great. Don Scruggs, Washington keeps stalling those short crossing passes. Michigan is not adjusting. That's true. And, you know, Washington's receivers are so skillful. It's tough to stop. It's tough to stop. Let's see if there's any news out there. We're almost in the middle of the third quarter, ladies and gentlemen. We're almost in the middle of the third quarter. We got a good game. You know what that means? We're getting close to mariachi time. Coach Coop, who does an unbelievable job, watch parties, where he takes the 2014 game and does watch parties. He does Miami Hurricane games. He said this in a tweet, starting to think that NCAA 24 trailer rumors weren't true. Big time marketing opportunity missed. Or it still won't be ready to release this year. Coach Coop, who does the best NCAA 14 watch party games, he's getting a little nervous. Michigan, 1st and 10. So, Greg, give us the spread on us knowing where Florida State lands officially before the first day. The chalk is the Big Ten. It won't happen. I don't think it's going to happen before the first day. I don't know. Maybe it will happen. Florida State's not going anywhere for at least 2 years. But we're waiting, peek around the corner, we're waiting to see the first decisions by the judges in Mecklenburg County and in Tallahassee. If the judge in Mecklenburg County says to the ACC, no, the case should be in Tallahassee, and if the Tallahassee judge says the same thing, then everything gets sped up. So we're going to wait. There's too many variables. We only can give a peek around the corner to which is real. Everything else is speculation. Chalk, Florida State, going to the Big Ten eventually, but we're not shutting the doors down on any possibility when it comes to Florida State. They could end up in the SEC. It could be 3 years from now. They could end up in the SEC, but the favorite is the Big Ten. Okay, Michigan's got the ball here. Donovan Edwards, couple yards. Donovan Edwards, 2 big touchdown runs. Yeah, well, again, I'm going to wait to see. That I would have to predict the. I don't know. I don't know, Jamie. How about that for an answer? I do not know. I can't even. We'll see. I'm most interested to see what they say in the Mecklenburg County Court. Whatever happens there, then we're going to see a timeline. I can't judge it. I can't predict it because I'm not a lawyer. Michigan punts the ball. Washington will get it at the 26-yard line. They are 1 drive away from tying this game up. Tying this game up. Sky says it will depend on when the lawsuit is settled or decided. Yeah, but yes. But the next event is, let's just see when the date is in Leon County, when the date is in Mecklenburg County. We don't even know the dates. Is too much unknown. I have no clue what Leon County and Mecklenburg County and those judges are going to do. I can speculate, but even that is just, I don't know when they're going to even take the cases. We might not find out for another 2 months. The date, we might not even find out. Sharon Moore, the offensive coordinator of Michigan, is probably the favorite to be the new Michigan head coach. And people are saying this is Moore's worst game as a play caller. So that's pretty interesting. Right? Some Michigan beat writers, for example, Michael Spaeth says this is Moore's worst game as a play caller. And a lot of people have him as the favorite to become the new Michigan head football coach if Jim Harbaugh moves on to the Colts. Why is your wife a Pup fan? My wife loves the color purple, and she loves the Huskies. She loves dogs, so that's why she's a Washington fan. 'Cause, 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 the wife is very intellectual when it comes to deciding on who she's going to root for in each and every college football game. Okay, 2nd and 5. 2nd and 5. Look, we got to play the music. Sorry, guys. Midway through the third quarter, we've got a great competitive game at PATC Watch Party. We play mariachi. Big screen pass. Poke. First down. Washington. Screen pass, but he wasn't. He was knocked down. McMillan was knocked down. 2nd and 10. That could have worked. What happened there? Oh, yeah, that was just... He was knocked down before the ball was thrown. Second down and 10. Second down and 10. 5:37 to go. Penix Jr. back to back. Going deep! Oh! Little bit overthrown. Not a little bit, a lot. But 3rd down and 10. He was open. Polk got open deep against Michigan. Third down and 10. Michael Penix Jr. Shotgun. Who was that on? Is that a pre-snap penalty on Washington? And yes, illegal procedure. Wow. Washington Huskies did not need that. 5:30 to go, third quarter. Mike Penix missing a lot of passes he made against Texas. That's correct. Third and 15. Gary, I could see Michigan making a run at Jed Fish. Unloads it! No! Out of bounds. Washington's going to have to punt it. Washington's missing the deep passes. I really think... Moore is the guy. I think Michigan's going to keep it internal. They have gone through so much with Jim Harbaugh and the staff and the investigations. If Moore isn't tangled up with the in-person scouting, if he's clear of that, if they know he's clear of that, I think they're definitely going to keep it in-house, the next coaching hire. Washington punts the ball down at the 7-yard line. Michigan 7-yard line, 5:11 to go, up 20-13. Michigan's going to have to score some more points here. Going to have to score more points to win this ball game. To win the national championship. This music always picks me up. That's why it's played. Sky, Washington, and Michigan have a budding rivalry going forward because of this game. Just like Oregon, Ohio State from their championship game. good start to new rivalries. Don Scruggs, I love purple and puppies too. Just like my wife. Yes, sir. Now let's see if there's any more news I can show to you. Now, this is Matt Brown, who's gotten a lot of good information on EA Sports, right? The game, the development of the game. Matt Brown, publisher of Extra Sports, he just put out a tweet. Ladies and gentlemen. Somebody tweeted him, "You're going to lose a lot of followers tonight if this commercial doesn't air." Matt Brown's response is, "Okay, that's fine. Because I don't make any money from Twitter followers who don't know how to read. I've been saying for days that people should keep expectations low. That I couldn't get confirmation that some big trailer was coming. I'm expecting something like a tweet." Matt Brown is expecting something like a tweet, not a commercial. Okay, just want to give a heads up to the people in the chat room, to the PATC community. Okay, now I expect Michigan to do some end runs with the wide receivers, to pitch out with the running backs, go out wide. No, they don't. They're still going across in the tackles. Washington has that all bottled up. The Huskies have made the adjustment. Michigan hasn't. You got to do what you did against Alabama. Keep Alabama. They kept Alabama honest. Alabama couldn't crash down because Michigan kept going wide on them. Michigan hasn't done it against Washington. Washington has shut this down. They're crashing down the defensive ends. Pitch it wide. Pitch it wide.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind?
Oh, no! McCarthy with the big run! Bails out Michigan's offense. There was no one there. The Moses parted the Red Sea. Nobody there. Holy smokes. Ryan Willie, NCAA football game video game won't happen. Holy smokes. There it is. There's McCarthy taking it wide. He did that against Alabama in that crucial tie-in scoring drive when they tied it up before it went over overtime. J.J. McCarthy ran that exact play. RPO, he took it because they're bottling up that inside. Moore is starting to listen to the fat guy from Minnesota. Pitch it out wide again. Pitch it out wide again. Pitch it out wide again. Go wide with it. They've got you all bottled up. There it is. There it is. Got 3 yards. Keep not see. Okay. See, look, there's in-person scouting right inside the studio here at PATC. Michigan is listening to us. Michigan is listening to us. They finally made the adjustments. Holy snap. 2nd and 7. Oh! He got nailed. Big tackle. Holy smokes. 3rd down. If they score right here, Harbaugh's calling San Diego. Man, that's a big play. Big play. Big play. 3rd down. This is going to be tough. 3rd down and long. Washington Huskies are battling. They're battling. A minute to go in the 3rd quarter. Third down and 10. They didn't get it. Good, tough defense by Washington. Michigan's going to have to punt the ball. Michigan is going to have to punt the ball. Holy smokes. Holy smokes.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Washington's going to get the ball before the end of the 3rd quarter. It's Michigan 20. Washington 13. The punt. Oh, what a punt! It's down at the 10-yard line. It's down at the 10-yard line. Awesome. Lawson clips. Come on, Huskies. Jamie Thornton, go Huskies. Steven says, I believe. I believe Penix can deliver. Ken Washington pull back into a tie. 3rd quarter, early 4th quarter, 39 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter. 11-yard line, 1st and 10. Shotgun, split back, snap, Penix back to pass. He rips it, a little bit overthrown. Penix is off, overthrew Polk. Of course, Penix, I think he's nicked up in the ankle. Right? In that right ankle, I think it is. Ted Evans, Mr. Washington Huskies. I like where we are at. There it is, Westover, dinks him, 1st down, Huskies. 1st down, Huskies. That was a big one. That was a big one, ladies and gentlemen. Big 1st down. 13 seconds to go. 12 seconds to go. 3rd quarter. They're going to let the clock run out. They're going to let the clock run out. It's going to start the 4th quarter. We are in the 4th quarter. Washington's going to have the ball, 1st down and 10, 20-13. Man, we got ourselves a ball game. We got ourselves a ball game. There's only 2 field goals kicked in the 3rd quarter. One by Michigan, won by Washington. You know Washington, look, Michigan, you have to score again at least one more time to win this game. Probably twice, but at least one more time. Washington is going to get a touchdown here. You're not going to stop Washington the whole fourth quarter. Michigan, you got to put up some points. You got to score again. You got to score again. Joe Z says Penix will prove those Heisman voters wrong. The unders is living, no question about it. Jared Jones, worst receiving core, Iowa or Michigan? It's Iowa. It's Iowa. It's Iowa. Holy smokes. I mean, the Minnesota Golden Gophers, who secondary was completely destroyed during the year, and they weren't strong to begin with at the start of the year, but then injuries. Minnesota had no problem with Iowa in the receivers. Michigan gave us all sorts of problems. Now, Iowa had the worst receiving core, but it is the weakness on Michigan. No question about it. No question about it. Okay, let's see if there's any news here and anything college football. First quarter, Michigan, 13 plays, 229 yards. Brett McMurphy, Action Network, first quarter, Michigan, 13 plays, 229 yards. Second and third quarters, Michigan, 24 plays, 131. Man. Ross Dellinger Jr., Yahoo Sports. Michigan 20, Washington 13 through three quarters. Penix has been off. Wolverines' run game has been slowed, and this future Big Ten game has turned very Big Ten. Here we go. It's going to be a very interesting fourth quarter. Anthony Palika. Washington at the 23-yard line, 20-13. Handoff, Dylan Johnson. Got a couple yards. He can't really break any tackles. Doesn't have the legs under him because of his injuries. He's all nicked up. But he got a few yards. They're keeping Michigan a little bit honest here. Second down and 7, second down and 8. Penix Jr., shotgun, quick toss. McMillan couldn't quite break that tackle. Will Johnson is a beast. It's tough to throw on Will Johnson. It's tough to throw on him. If you complete a pass, he's going to be bringing down that receiver quickly. That's a tough... Anyways, third and 4. Westover in motion, lines up next to the right tackle. Watch number 37 on this. Michael Penix Jr. McMillan goes wide. Westover trying to get open. Oh, he dropped it! The play worked. Right out of the backfield. Nixon. They called the right play. It worked. The guy Nixon just dropped the ball. The play was all set up. Oh, yeah, he was looking before he caught it. He was looking downfield. That was a first down. That one hurts. No question. No question. Jamie Thornton. No! The punt, Washington. You know, Michigan is not even one of the stories in Michigan in this game. Certainly the game against Alabama. But this game, their return game is horrific. They're not even trying to catch the ball anymore. They don't trust the returners. It's costing them yards, and more yards. Difficult. Very difficult. Ted Evans, catch the ball. Got to catch it. Bill G, early peak member. Joe Z, early peak member. He had one job. One job. And Michigan has one job. The punt returners have one job. Catch the ball. Fair catch it. They're not even trying. They don't even want to go there. The coaching staff has no trust in the return game of Michigan. Again, Michael Spath. He covers Michigan Wolverines. Honestly asking, how many yards have we sacrificed on punts because we don't trust our returners to catch the ball? That was another 20 there, right? Absolutely. Absolutely. That's become a big story of this game, just like in the Alabama-Michigan game. Dr. Pepper tastes better out on official PATC mug. There it is. There's your official Cloak and Dagger PATC mug. Pick one up. Pick one up. Pick one up for your significant other. Go to the link in the description. Go to our merchandise store. We got a nice looking merchandise store, nice looking website. Easy to maneuver. We got t-shirts, trucker hats, mugs, a lot of different stuff going on in there. Check it out. Okay, now what? Now what do we do? No strings attached on that mug. Absolutely no strings attached. I mean, you got to pay for it. But when you get it home, no strings attached. Play action. Good. Oh, he dropped it! Great play. Great play call. Cornelius Johnson, he dropped it. J.J. McCarthy, he put it right there. They go wide. Corum, he gets 5 yards, 4 yards, 3rd and 6. Craig needs to make a short, pulling out an ice cold Dr. Pepper from a cooler, opening up, put it in that mug, then slowly taking in to PATC Dr. Pepper and doing the refreshing at the end. Maybe I'll do just that. Maybe I'm going to steal that idea, Jamie. Thank you very much for that. I'm going to be looking into that. 3rd and 6. JJ rolling out. He's got the corner. No, he doesn't have the corner. He was tripped up. Michigan's going to have to punt it. Michigan's going to have to punt it. 12:30 to go in the 4th quarter. Washington's going to get the ball again with a chance to tie it up with a touchdown and an extra point conversion. Michigan's offense has been stopped. Big time ankle tackle. Michigan punting the ball. Washington is catching the punt on punt returns. He got hit hard. Washington will start it at their 32-yard line. 1st down and 10. Michigan 20. Washington 13. National championship game. It's coming down to the wire. Washington has a chance. They were down 17-3. Down 17-3. Michigan was running all over the place. Washington made the adjustments. They're just crashing down on Michigan. Their defensive ends, everybody's just going into the center of the field. Michigan's made some, plays on the outside, but not enough. Not enough. And they haven't made any passing plays downfield. Michigan's passing offense has been stopped. Steven, come on, Penix. Washington, to master. They need to put it in this drive and get the game tied. Washington fans, do you believe in miracles? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Ryan Willie, I have a feeling that if after Harbaugh leaves, Michigan will be mediocre again. Greg the Heater, you're sure looking good now on your point total. Possibly. But you know what? We are very close to getting this game in overtime. And then I'm in trouble, right? Then I'm in trouble. We'll see. But I didn't think this was going to be a track meet. I thought Michael Penix was going to get hit early. He did. I didn't think Michigan would have that much success early in the game. But overall, it's going the way I thought it was going to go. There was going to be plenty of punts. Washington wasn't going to have the success that they did against Texas. Here we go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. One more time, Washington has an opportunity to tie this score. To tie the game, 11:52 left in the game. Back to pass. Right there. Oh, stripped away. Again, a Michigan defender strips it away. 2nd down and 10. Polk could not hang on to the ball. A lot of speed out there for Michigan. Lots of speed out there. 2nd and 10. Penix throwing it up there. It's caught! A doozy! What happened? There's a flag. Holding on Washington. Holding on Washington. Yeah, that guy did beat him. 17. McGregor beat that guy. I don't know if it was so much of a holding as it was an Al Matador type of move, but anyways, 2nd and 20. Washington's going to have to overcome that. Oh, look at that tackle. Look at that play. Oh, my goodness. The speed on that defense. Oh, my goodness. They close that up. They close that up. 3rd and 18. Dumps it off. And he gets tackled down. Washington is going to have to punt it back to Michigan. Michigan's going to get the ball with a little bit less than 10 minutes to go in the game, up 7. Fighting Illini Ted said that the left tackle did get beat. I'm sorry, the right tackle. He got beat. They had to call it. Insane Mob did not like the call. ACC refs are the worst. Washington putting this ball away. Awesome Lawson clips. They ran the ball in 2nd and 20. Oh, Michigan did catch the ball. They caught it on a punt. Number 26, he's the guy who fumbled, late in the Alabama game. Almost got a safety. Alabama almost got a safety out of it. So now Michigan's got the ball back. Right? 20-13. They've done nothing, really. Hardly anything since the first quarter. Can they make something work? I say you got to run it wide. Pitch, pitch, pitch. Have J.J. McCarthy keep it on an RPO. Washington, they're just caving in. They're just diving in. They're not letting you go up the middle on them. Off right tackle, off left tackle. Do some power sweeps. Do some pitch outs. J.J. McCarthy outside. You did it against Alabama. You kept Alabama honest. You did it early. You did it late. I don't know. Maybe it just wasn't in their game plan tonight. Maybe Michigan thought they could just keep pounding it down up the middle. Rick Olsen, come on, Blue. A long drive. A long drive. Somebody's going to put together a drive, I think. Michigan and Washington will play each other. Brett McMurphy, Action Network. The rematch is October 5th at Washington. Coming down to the final 10 minutes, the rematch is next year, October 5th, Big Ten Conference game, Michigan at Washington. Again, if you are enjoying our content, our watch party, thank you so much for coming on in. If you haven't subscribed yet, please subscribe and then get yourself notified of any time we come on live. We're going to be coming on live tomorrow. There is some stuff I want to talk about, especially with that ESPN college football playoff story. So get yourself notified. Please smash the like button. If you want to support our broadcast here, our channel, with a super chat, put a comment with the dollar sign, hit the dollar sign. We'll put up your comment right away. But please smash the like button if you like our content. And big play, Loveland, big catch, down to the 28-yard line of Washington. Holy smokes. Big play from a big-time tight end. Finally, we saw a fantastic offensive play. Loveland made that play. The safety thought he was going to get an interception. Washington's 30-yard line. Michigan back to the ground at Washington's 27. 9 minutes to go in the game. Time for Michigan to put together a drive. No, I won't, Ryan, because I'll be in this studio doing a watch party game, Wisconsin and Minnesota. I'm going to be in the warm studio doing the game, watching it. As Minnesota brings the axe home. Fake pitch, roll out. There's a nice toss. There's Roman Wilson. There's another first down for Michigan Wolverines. Ted Evans, we need a turnover. Need a turnover. Handoff inside Corum. Got a couple yards. Second down. There's 7:48 to go in the game. Michigan is trying to go for the kill shot, 20-13. Trying to get some points, also trying to run down the clock a little bit. 2nd and 8. The Huskies do need a turnover. Touchdown! Michigan! Woo! Blake Corum.
Touchdown! Touchdown! Touchdown!
Broke a tackle. Too much power. Brilliant running back for the Michigan Wolverines. Well, here we go. Does Washington have a miracle in them? Do they have a miracle in them? Huskies. Husky fans, bow down to Washington. Don't give up. Don't give up. I feel it. I feel it. Rise up, Washington. Rise up. Rise up. Rise up, Washington. Make the miracle happen. Terry Nord, let's go Penix. Make it interesting. Got to get a score right here. You are in 4-down territory. By the moment you get the ball in this drive, 4 downs. 4 downs on every series. Michigan's got to stop you 4 times. Get the touchdown, and then we'll see how much time is left on the clock. Onside kick or just kick it off. Do or die time for the Huskies. Nick Kelso, early peak member. It's never over. It's never over until Ted Evans, Mr. Husky, says it's over. Blake Corum. Blake Corum, in the last 26 games that Blake Corum has completed the whole game, in other words, he didn't get injured, he didn't rip up his ACL, that was one game. The last 26 games that Blake Corum has played in, that he completed, he has scored a touchdown. He has scored a rushing touchdown. Unbelievable. Incredible. Incredible career for Blake Corum. He came back. He could have went to the NFL draft last year. He could have done it. But he came back. Ryan Willie. Sounds like Sankey thinks the SEC should have had 4 teams in the playoff. Hopefully I'll be at the battle for the X. Yeah, I don't know. Sankey's a little... He still thinks there should have been 2 SEC teams in the playoffs. I mean, who? I mean, how? Do they jump over Texas? Texas beat Alabama in Alabama. Then Alabama beat Georgia. You're going to put them in over an undefeated Michigan or an undefeated Washington? You already have them over an undefeated Florida State? Greg Sankey, I'm going to be honest with you guys. He's you got to watch out for him. That's all I'm going to say. Look, we're not going to go down that rabbit hole tonight, but I mean, he shimmied Bob Bowlesby in the back before Kevin Warren shimmied Jim Phillips and Kliakoff in the back. Remember that about Greg Sankey. He's a different cat. And boy, does he like to complain out in public. Thank you, Ryan, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Appreciate the generosity so very much. Wide open, there it is! And Dudze, finally Washington hit. Finally Washington hit on a long passing play. There it is, he broke open all the way down to Michigan's 26-yard line. First down and 10. You got to punch it in. 6 minutes to go. 6 minutes to go. Boom, boom. Doug Scruggs, I believe. Ooh. That has happened too many times. Too many times in this game. Boy, Washington is all too many pre-snap penalties. He's called out everybody, Jamie. He's called out Yormark. He called out Kevin Warren a couple times. He's called out everybody. I don't see commissioners doing that. Incomplete. Yes, Greg Sankey's a very smart guy, a very successful guy. He's the commissioner of the most powerful, most successful athletic conference in the country. All that is true. He's probably a great guy, but man, he's got a personality quirk about him, driving me nuts. He's up, and I'm not the only one. He's driving me absolutely nuts. 2nd and 15. Washington at the 32-yard line. Michael Penix, shotgun. 3 receivers left. He's dumping it off, crossing pattern. He might have caught it, but it's only for a couple yards. 3rd down, 3rd and long, 5:28 to go. I don't root for the Big Ten, Rick. I don't root for the Big Ten. I'm rooting for a good game. There's only one team I root for, the Minnesota Golden Gophers. All other 132, incomplete, out of McMillan's hands, 4th down. The other 132 FBS programs are evil. Evil. And Wisconsin is a special evil. And Iowa's a special evil. The rest of you are even evil. 130, the rest of you. There's only one school I root for. There's no conferences I root for. This is a national college football YouTube channel. The Big Ten, no, a lot of you, for the people that are new to this channel, Terry Nord's a great friend of mine. There's a lot of people who know the story. If you don't know the story, go to episode 22 of our YouTube channel. All the way back to episode 22. We dropped episode 354 today. Go back to episode 22. The Big Ten was tracking me 9 different times. We have it all documented. They couldn't stand me when I was announcing the USC story for 3 months. They didn't want to get Houston chronicled. They didn't want that story to burst open. I was followed and tracked by the office of the legal counsel, the chief of staff of Kevin Warren. And by the way, that was all proven by the Los Angeles Times when they looked into it. So Big Ten don't like me. I don't like them. Nobody likes me. Ooh. Oh, they're throwing the flag! They're throwing the flag. Pass interference. Michigan was so close to wrapping the game up. Anyways, so I don't root for nobody. Nobody roots for me, Rick Olson. I'm just a Golden Gopher, an irrelevant Golden Gopher. Hope that explains it. The game was over. The game was over. The game was over. Yeah, they had to call it. They had to call the PI. They did call the offense a hook, though. So here it is, 4th and 13 once again. 73's been holding a few times for Washington. Okay, so here it is, 4th and 13. Michael Penix Jr. This is for the game. Back to pass, steps up, and it's intercepted. Michigan taking it back. My under is going to be in danger. Get him! Get him! picked off. Michael Penix Jr. got hit. Don Scruggs shouldn't have believed. Vegas just called. The script changed. Michigan versus everybody. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. That is true, by the way. Joe, that is true. Look, I get it. 90% of the people in here probably don't know the story, but it's true. More true than you could ever think of. Cloak and dagger, cloak and dagger, cloak and dagger. We lifted the cloak. They came with the dagger. Okay, first and goal. Michigan closing this game out. That is at the 1 yard line. At the 1 yard line. Michigan, gonna be your national champions. Congratulations. First of all, to the Washington Huskies. 14-0. Pac-12 champions. Michael Penix Jr., you came, everybody came back for this fat last run with this squad. Kalen DeBoer, what are you going to say? Sensational job, Washington Huskies. Washington Huskies are back. They are back. Now they're going to have a lot of new guys next year. They're going into a new conference. They're going against what I would call touchdown Michigan. It's going to be more physical. Washington's got a physical club. Kalen DeBoer is from the Midwest. They're going to be in good shape. The Washington Huskies are going to be in good shape. No, 34-13. But I do want to say congratulations also to the Michigan Wolverines. Hail to the victor. We're going to be singing that song any moment now. Hail to the victor, Michigan. Congratulations. You were the best team in the country. After the conference championship games were played, I said it out. I said Michigan's going to win it. They're the best team. That defense. Now, they didn't have the special defensive ends, but everything else was special on that Michigan team. They were stacked, loaded. They had depth. They had Blake Corum. They had another great offensive line. It's like 5 years in a row they had a great offensive line. They didn't win the Moore Award, but the offensive line was stacked. The defensive line, look, I'm going to say it. Other than Michael Penix Jr., incredible game against Texas, Michigan's defensive line was the best unit in the college football playoffs. They were the best unit. They were. They beat Alabama, and they beat Washington tonight. Yeah, there was some holding calls, but the guy got beat. Early in the game, they nicked up Michael Penix Jr. They beat up Jalen Milroe. The only offense they had was a quarterback running the ball. Michigan's defensive line beat up Alabama's O-line, and they did a great job against Washington. They didn't have to sell out. They did not blitz like they did against TCU in a horrific defensive strategy. Michigan Wolverines, the best football team in the country. No question about it. Congratulations to Washington. Congratulations to Michigan. I'm going to be singing Hail to the Victor right now because I want to get to your phone calls. So here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is. Put on the mute, hit the mute button, or leave the room. because I want to get to your phone calls right when this game is over. Hail to the victor. Congratulations, Michigan. Michigan. Okay, here we go. Woo! Woo! All right, this is not going to be good. The voice is gone. I hear a little echo. No problem. Here we go. Hail to the victors. Congratulations, Michigan Wolverines. Hail to the victors valiant, hail to the conquering heroes, hail, hail to Michigan, the leaders and the best. Hail to the victors valiant, hail to the conquering heroes, hail, hail to Michigan, the champions of the West. Hail to the victors valiant, hail to the conquering heroes, hail, hail to Michigan, the champions of the West. Hail to the victors valiant, hail to the conquering heroes, hail, hail to Michigan, the champions of the West. Okay, that's it. That's the last time I sing that song until Michigan wins the Big Ten Conference Championship game next year, if they do so. Okay, did everybody survive? Probably not. Congo, hail to Michigan, the champions of the West. Ryan, Willie, Joe McKinley, hail. Woo! There it is, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to open up the phone lines right now. Opening up the phone lines right now. Give us a call. 763-260-1333. Give us a call. Let's look at the statistics. Michael Penix Jr., 26 of 46, 253 yards, 1 interception, 2 touchdowns. Did not have the game that he had against Texas, and we thought that was going to be the case.
Call from
TH3.
TH3, the floor is yours. Thanks for calling, sir.
Well, first, Greg, I want to say congrats to the Big Ten champion. Big Ten is the best conference in the nation this year. I don't care about bowl results.
Yeah, okay.
I'm going to give Michigan a little bit of crap here, a little bit. I'm very proud of them. It's their first championship since 1948. I'm proud of them. We don't count the 97 one. And I say that as a Husker fan. We don't count Michigan's 97 championship.
No, I understand. I understand it when you said it.
But realistically, they proved me wrong. They proved me wrong all the way. I had serious doubts about this team going into the year. I thought their schedule throughout the year was just kind of a joke. Not that was their fault, minus the non-conference. But, I mean, they showed up when it mattered. And they killed Washington. I mean, it was not – I know Washington made a nice little attempt of a comeback, but it never really felt like Michigan was going to lose to me. So, I mean, good on them.
Washington made some really good adjustments in this game. But
they did,
yeah, so –
it's just that talent gap. Michigan just has more.
And Penix got hit early, and that didn't help either. He's been injured.
Let's say Dennis Johnson. That's the running back, right? I can't remember.
Dylan Johnson, yeah.
Dylan Johnson, okay. If he's healthy, is it a different game? Maybe. But the trenches where I'd say the position matters the most. I mean, Michigan owned the trenches the entire night. Really what worked for Washington were those quick screen passes. Anything laterally downfield has just not been clicking for them at all tonight.
Yeah.
And I think this proves going forward, if I'm a college coach, I'm prioritizing trenches. Skill positions are great, but it doesn't matter how great my quarterback is if I don't have time to block for him.
Yeah, it's just like there's not many guys around though that are trench guys. You know, I mean it's hard to pick them up in the portal, so you got to be able to recruit them out of high school, and you know those are only reserved for the helmet schools. So it's tough.
You look at like schools like historically like Wisconsin, and I get it was before NIL.
Yeah.
They just get like 2 or 3 stars rotated through
Yeah.
and build them up.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think you got to start looking towards programs like that if you're these smaller schools, just to find a diamond in the rough or two.
Yeah. Now, Washington, though, becoming a Big Ten school, you know, like you're Nebraska, you believe that maybe, and I would agree, that recruiting grounds out west on the Pacific Coast are going to open up a little bit more to Nebraska because you're going to be able to tell the student athlete that, you know, we're going to be whatever. Well, the Midwest recruiting grounds are going to be opened up a little bit more for Washington to get those big old linemen, right? So,
yeah. I think what favors the Big Ten, though, and like what I will say here with like in comparison to the SEC, if you're talking about West Coast recruiting, the Big Ten has more to offer to West Coast kids who want to make like a national name for themselves than the SEC would. Because you look at the Big Ten, you know, going forward, you got Los Angeles, you got Chicago, you got New York City. Whereas in the South, I mean, you got nice tradition, nice history, but unfortunately that's starting to go to the wayside.
Yeah.
And I don't get me wrong, I'm not saying the SEC is going to fall overnight. I'm not saying that. But I do think the Big Ten potentially could become the next mega conference in the making. You know, with their academics, with all their other programs. The only thing they're really lacking in terms of like elite programs is baseball. But beyond that, they have almost everything else you need.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting, right? It's going to be interesting. UCLA with that softball program,
basketball too.
And, you know, in the Big Ten, I tell you what the Big Ten has been really down on is the quarterback position, right?
Oh, I'd agree.
So, with this NIL money and with this probable trust fund where student athletes are going to be paid directly by the university, the Big Ten is going to bring a whole lot of money. So is the SEC. So I think we probably have seen the last of the Big Ten Conference not having a lot of decent quarterbacks. You know, I think those days are over.
I think you're going to see, I think in the upcoming years, what you're going to start seeing too, I think you're going to start seeing these bigger time potential coaches. Heck, I mean, you saw it this year, like Jonathan Smith to Michigan State. Like the guy, I'll be honest with you, the guy could have gone for a high lateral job, but he moved to Michigan State when a bunch of people would say, well, Oregon State to Michigan State, how much of a jump is that? I think you're going to start to see potential high-rise coaches start to go to places like Indiana, like Purdue, just because these places are, even though there's a lot more schools in the Big Ten than there used to be, these are highly sought-after jobs.
Yeah.
And I mean, you look at it, and Greg, the only thing I wanted to mention real quickly, back to what you said about the whole college football exclusivity, I don't want to make you upset about that again.
Yeah.
I apologize about that, but
no, that's okay. It's okay. You know me, I just go on rants. It's all right.
Well, I'm trying to think where ESPN can shed the money to fork over that much, because can they afford it? Probably, but they have to give up something.
Yeah.
Like they can't just pay that much. So like I said this earlier, I thought ACC realignment was probably a 25 or 26 thing.
Yeah.
If this happens with the college football playoffs, does this speed it up by 2 years?
It might, man. It might. We're gonna have to watch. Jeez, that we're watching so many stories going on right now, man. I'm on the phone constantly all day long. Now this is another one I did not expect. Yeah, man. I don't know. You could be right. Can I ask you a question about Chubba Purdy?
Yeah.
Where is he going to end up? Because I got to tell you something. Minnesota Golden Gophers are looking for a transfer quarterback who's got more than 1 year of eligibility left to be quarterback QB number 2 for next year. And I know Chubba Purdy was just offered by San Jose State. I know he was offered by California. Is there any steam in the Nebraska world on where he's possibly going?
I'll be honest, I'm still head over the heels for Dylan Raiola that I haven't been following with that.
Okay. All right. I guess you're not worried about my Gophers. That's fine. Fine.
What I will say, though, is I think Chubba is good enough to play for Minnesota. Mm-hmm. But will he go there? That's another thing. I could see Chubba's been very much – he seems like he wants to change the scenery.
Yeah.
And based off these moves that schools are going after him, do notice San Jose State, California, both those schools have something in common. And it's close to where his brother plays.
Yeah.
So it might be a family thing. He might want to go west. I don't really know. I mean, his brother played at Iowa State, so I can't rule out him going to Minnesota. That wouldn't be out of the cards.
Yeah.
But I feel bad for him. I think he was decent. I thought he was pretty good.
Yeah.
It's just a case of our line couldn't do anything, and Jalen Lloyd and Malachi Coleman were just too raw for him to utilize them properly throughout the season. And he really wasn't given a chance because he was hurt for the first half of the year. So it's one of those, I think he's pretty good. How good is he? I don't know. But I think he's a starting Power 5 quarterback at like a...
Well, he wouldn't be quarterback number 1, though, next year for Minnesota. And that's the problem. Minnesota's looking for somebody who's willing to be quarterback number 2, be quarterback number 1 in case of an injury, but then possibly be ready the next year. And Chubba Purdy having 2 years of eligibility, he's probably not interested because he probably wants to start wherever he goes. But
well, that gets into like my fear too. I would have loved to keep Purdy on, and I'm really hoping Matt is doing everything he can to try to help out if he can.
Yeah.
Do I expect him to stay? No. But you look at it, you got Danny Kalen coming in next year. I was surprised we could keep him. And then we got Raiola.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, if I were Matt Rule, I would redshirt Kalen and let Dylan just start for 3 years. He's probably going to go pro. He's that good. And then when 3 years down the road, Kalen's got 3 years of eligibility left. Just let him take control of it.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm a huge fan of Dylan Raiola. I watched his tape, his high school tape, even before he went to Georgia. He has got an unbelievable arm. I've talked about it on this show over and over again. But as much as I'm up for Dylan Raiola, I am down on Kalen. He did not have a good senior year. His stock went. I'm not maybe he can develop. Maybe he proved me wrong. But I think Nebraska should get a guy in the portal. Having Raiola,
that's the
true freshman. I don't know, man.
I think he's that good, though. I mean, that's the tricky thing. Like, it all depends on how. Like, do you think he could be an impact player day one? And based on how bad our offense is, I feel like enough teams would be thrown off by him just because of how drastic of an improvement it would be.
Yeah.
Because, no offense to Chubba Purdy, but if you were to give me the option of a guy who hasn't played yet in Dylan or Chubba, I'd probably take Dylan. Just because there's that unknown factor and he has the proven results in high school. And it's not like he was playing against like Nebraska kids. He was playing against Georgia kids. So, I mean, looking at it, I would agree. I think they should get somebody in the transfer portal. The problem is just who do you get? Who's even left at this point?
Not to be QB1 for Nebraska, I don't think there's anybody left. Yeah, at this point.
I would not mind a solid upperclassman backup who just wants a little bit of NIL money from like a G5 school or like a FCS school.
Yeah.
Who wouldn't mind a little bit of money to just sit there and mentor a guy. But you don't really get that anymore. And it sucks, but I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah. All right, man.
But,
I appreciate
I'll
the
let
phone
you go,
call.
Greg. I'll let
You got it. Thank you, my man.
Yep. Thank you.
TH3, Mr. Cornhusker on the line. Great call. I understand the hype for Raiola. I understand it. If you've never seen him throw the football, you can find it on YouTube. You can find it. Just watch him throw the football. I think it would be better if he wasn't QB1 coming right out of the gate in year one for Matt Rule. Nebraska has 7 games, first 7 games they can win. But man, they need to get to a bowl game next year.
Call from
Ryan Thomas.
Ryan Thomas is on the line. The floor is yours. What do you got to say, good sir?
Well, I'm pretty sure that Immaculate and Moen are throwing up right now, but
Yeah.
I am too. But give Michigan credit. Harbaugh will announce that he's going to the Chargers or possibly the Raiders or someone on Friday, and it'll be moved on, and that'll be that. But I just want to comment on Greg Sanctimonious. I mean, the guy is just unbelievable. He's disappointed that people are disappointed in him, disappointed about the CFP outcome. That's like saying, you shouldn't feel bad that I ran over your dog. In fact, you should thank me for running over your dog.
Yeah.
I mean, the arrogance is, the arrogance just kind of gives you no sympathy for the guy whatsoever.
If this was the first time he's done it, okay, fine. But man, he's done this. He does this every 6 months. I don't know.
And the whole thing, 2 teams in the CFP, it's like, oh, who are you going to bump now? I mean, you're just going to bump Washington or Michigan? I mean, give me a break. He's unbelievable. He's just unbelievable. And, really, I mean, I don't have a dog in the fight, but I'm just rooting for the Big Ten to get in the SEC country just to stick it in his eye. I just can't stand him. I mean, the guy is just, he's just a two-faced person. I mean, he's not a very honest cat, and that's just the thing. And I have no qualms seeing him. Eventually karma catches up with people like that, Greg. I mean, that'll happen. But I just think it's just kind of comical. But there's so much going on this week, Greg. There's just, Immaculate and I were chatting today about this, and it's just, it's a high-stakes poker game, and everyone's holding the cards close to their vest, Greg.
Yeah, it is.
And it's interesting to see what happens. I hope there's some mops, because there's got to be a lot of blood on the floor from these cloak and dagger activities. But I appreciate everything you've done this season on the show, Greg. I think you've done a great job. I appreciate you being classy. You've been respectful to your detractors. You've been just straightforward and honest, and you've been respectful to your sources, and you've earned their trust, and they've maintained that. And I think that's just, it really speaks well of your integrity and character, Greg. And I just. The past 2 years certainly have been an adventure, but I just want you to know that, you certainly have a lot of respect for me and many, many others. And, I'm so glad that your show has taken off and done well, and I hope it continues to be successful. And, as we get into realignment and as you kind of spread out in other things in college football, which you do a great job on as well, I hope nothing but success for your show in 2024. And I hope that the Little General makes you lots of good game meals that you can eat during watch parties. They look pretty tasty. So good luck to you, Greg, and have a great week, my friend.
Thank you, Ryan Thomas. Thank you for those kind words. I appreciate it, my friend. Thank you so very much. We'll be hearing from you real soon. Busy week, a lot of drama, as you say. Thank you, man.
Yep. Take care, Greg.
Appreciate
Thanks. Bye.
Mr. Ryan Thomas, great phone call once again. And here is breaking news. The Buckeyes, Quinshon Judkins, Isaiah 40:31. But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint. Judkins is a Buckeye. Judkins is...
Call from
JD.
Judkins is a Buckeye. Breaking news. Mr. Seminoles JD is on the line. The floor is yours. Thank you. Appreciate it. What do you got to say, sir?
I'm sorry, sir. I cut you off. I always cut you off, and I don't mean to. Sometimes
That's
I'm
okay.
a little too quick.
I'm always cutting you off, so...
No, sir. The game, is that how you kind of figured it would all play out?
Yeah, you know what, guys? I didn't even notice. This might have been a planted call. JD I might have tweeted him. I might have tweeted JD to ask this question. Was this how you thought the game was going to be played out? Well, the 10-star Flugarian Empire lock was under 55.5. Look at the score. Add that up. That's under 55.5. I am 3-0. I am Greg the Heater in 2024. I didn't even notice that. I wasn't even thinking about that. JD, thanks for the great question. It's the best question you've ever asked. Yes, the game went about what I thought.
Well, as of this morning, this isn't how I thought it would go. 2 weeks ago, this is how I thought it would go, if this was the result. But I don't know. I kind of bought into the watching Washington's skill players and everything else. We all kind of get into thinking that they're going to be able to just outplay. It's going to be a lot of fast pace, and we always have to come back to it's always one in the trenches. And that's what I really didn't have a lot to compare to. The Pac-12 has a particular style of play, and even though they now are starting to get a little more aggressive in the trenches, it still hasn't come back to the style of play in the Big Ten and the SEC. Mm-hmm. And a couple of the ACC teams, usually, not perennially, but whenever they're good, they match up with like a Big Ten or an SEC team. But so just kind of, I don't know, just kind of didn't know how all that would play out. It makes me more and more frustrated that Jordan Travis got hurt, because if we'd gotten healthy and he was healthy, I still think we win the whole thing. But, life's not fair. It is what it is. Yeah. So, about the whole Sankey thing, I want to combine the Sankey thing and the college football playoff committee thing. I'm sorry. I don't buy anything they're saying. Did they get a couple of angry emails? I'm sure they did. But they've got stink, or they've got a negative opinion professionally that they've caught a lot of flack, and they don't like it. And they feel like it has tarnished all of their reputations. ESPN as well. Everybody complains about FSU won't let it go. We're not the one that keeps bringing it up. Sure, we're bringing it up in social media. Sure, fans are complaining about it. But FSU as a university hasn't said anything since Selection Sunday except in the lawsuit. Okay? And yes, the Attorney General has asked for certain records and things like that. But ESPN is the one that keeps twisting the knife.
Yes.
It's every week.
Yes.
Am I correct?
Yes, you are. And a lot of people agree with you. Yeah.
It's just like, if you want it to go away, then shut up about it.
Yeah.
You know, it's not that hard. But it's just that they're having to wear something that they want to change. They want to practice revisionist history and go back and change the course of events. It's like, just stop. You know, are we going to hold a grudge for decades? Of course we are. But yeah, there's a point. I think I saw something going across somewhere where somebody was quoting Josh Pate saying, you know, it's been 3 weeks. Well, I mean, my gosh, it's the biggest snub in college football history, and it's only been 3 weeks. You think we're just going to say, oh well? Yeah. I mean, there people are saying, why are you still upset about it? It's still the same football season. Football season just now ended. This only happened a month ago. But, you know, I don't walk around pissed off every day. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, we partially kind of moved on to 2024, but it's just they won't let it go. It's like they have to have the last word, and they have to twist the knife a little more. If they want it to go away or at least subside, shut up. Shut up about it. Leave it alone. You know, just say you didn't agree and you chose a different path. You know, nobody's going to be able to say much anything else. But anyway, you were asking about Chubba Purdy, and I kind of joined late. I kind of joined when you know, towards the end of your last call. Chubba Purdy's from Arizona, so because he was an FSU quarterback, and I know he came from Arizona.
He went to Nebraska. He'll probably end up at California. Gophers are looking for a backup quarterback next year. We don't want Drake Lindsay, the true freshman, to be the backup quarterback. So, I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Yes, sir. But I still think, though, that, you know, I was listening to a little bit of your when you were on Moen's show last night with you Moen and Immaculate, and you know, we're talking about FSU. You know, the percentage chances. Every day that goes by, I mean, it's like if the bridge isn't burned between ESPN and FSU, man, I mean, it is smoldering. Mm-hmm. Because I mean, days like today only add fuel, and you know, this whole thing, I'm kind of also late to the whole ESPN, and you can kind of clue me in. They're talking about bidding on the next 8 years of the college football playoff.
There was an ESPN article that came out. I'll put it up on the screen here. It's sources. This is right before the game started. Washington and Michigan. Sources, college football playoff, ESPN discuss 8-year rights contract. So 6 more years after the 2 years, right? In 24 and 25. ESPN are in the midst of negotiations to maintain the network as the sole rights holder of the event for the next 8 years. And the figure was $1.3 billion. And I hope to God this is not true. I hope the negotiations fall apart. I don't know what's going on, but I'm going to be on this story tomorrow morning. I'm going to be putting out an episode on it. So I'm all fired up about this. This cannot happen. In the article, I'll just read you a little bit more here. If ESPN remains the sole rights holder, it would be a significant change from what the 10 FBS commissioners and Notre Dame athletic director Jack Swarbrick had originally wanted, as all had been in agreement that multiple broadcast partners, a model similar to what the NFL has would be best for college football. So why in the heck are you in the midst of negotiations with ESPN to be the sole rights holder? It doesn't make any sense. It got me all fired up. So we're hopefully going to find out more about this in the next 24 hours.
Okay. I'm just, man, I really don't have much. I'm sure I'll have commentary later. I don't really have much commentary right now. I would rather it get spread out amongst several networks.
Sure.
I just don't like the monopoly that ESPN has on college sports.
It's terrible.
Anyway.
All righty, man.
Okay.
Appreciate the call,
well,
Mr.
that's
Seminole.
a brief call tonight. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Got it, buddy. Thank you. Great call by Mr. Seminole JD. Becky, go Huskies. The original, the OG of Huskies in PATC. Michigan was the better team. No excuses. We didn't play good enough to win. Becky Go Huskies is all class. Congratulations to Becky Go Huskies. Congratulations to the Washington Huskies. Pac-12 champion. Won a playoff game. Went to the championship game. Holy smokes. Kalen DeBoer, a great coach. They made the adjustments. They were crashing down the linemen. They were crashing down, forcing Michigan to go wide. They just couldn't make the plays downfield.
Call from
Becky, go Huskies.
Becky,
To accept.
go Huskies. Becky, you're all class. Congratulations on the incredible season. You are the OG. You are the original Husky and PATC community. The floor is yours. Let us know how you feel.
Well, I hear there was a football game tonight.
They gave it all they got, man. Michael Penix Jr. was beat up. He gave it all he got.
Yeah, Michigan was better. Penix played his worst game since Arizona State. Showed. He was off all night. Off.
Yeah.
We left an easy 14 points on out there. That holding call was ridiculous. That was a 14-point swing. I don't even know if that was a hold. That was so weird. It was a great play, and then it's just called back for a hold when the refs hadn't called anything at all night. It's just the weirdest thing. Those refs were bad. I don't know. I'm not one to blame the refs, but man, we can all say and agree that those refs were horrible, right? Like, I'm not the only one that saw that. Sucks.
Yeah, 73 had a tough couple drives there. I don't know. They could have, if they chose to, they could throw the flag a lot of times on holding, but they don't. I thought one of them was a holding. The other one they could have let. One of them looked like more of a matador. Like, he got beat.
That's one.
Yeah,
that's the one I'm referring to. Yeah, that's the one on the deep.
I agree with you on that. The other one, he got beat and he held, but
yeah, the other one he had no choice.
Yeah. I think overall Washington had the same problem that everybody else has had. The Buckeyes offensive line had a terrible day against Michigan's defensive line. So it's just, they got these guys, the defensive tackles. They put a lot of pressure up the middle without having to blitz, so they can have all their guys back there, right? And, it's just tough.
Yeah. It was a great season.
It was unbelievable season. Unbelievable season, Becky. Washington was fantastic. Just like you and I thought, right? They did it all. Everything but winning the championship, but they were the second best team out of 133 college football teams, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish like Dylan Johnson was 100% healthy.
Yes.
I do think there was
Yes.
a difference there, especially you get like when Nixon's out there on trying to catch passes. He doesn't catch passes for a reason. He doesn't. Hands of stone.
Yeah.
And we made too many mistakes to win the game. And in the end, we made way too many mistakes to win.
Yeah, a lot of Washington had quite a few pre-snap penalties. That didn't help. I'm checking the Washington football schedule for next year. We already have to look towards next year, Becky. I know this is going to be emotional for you for a while. I get it. But you play against Weber State, Eastern Michigan, at Washington State, the Apple Cup early Saturday, September 14th. And then
the Apple Cup's actually in Seattle.
Yep, Seattle, Washington.
It's at Lumen Field.
Yep. That's how it's listed. And then the Washington Huskies, first Big Ten game at home, Husky Stadium, Northwestern Wildcats, and then you're going all the way to Piscataway, New Jersey, going against the Greek Rifle because he left Minnesota, went to Rutgers, 8th in Kaliakmanis, Rutgers, Washington. Then you get the rematch, October 5th, Michigan, Husky Stadium. And then you go to Kinnick Stadium at Iowa, then at Indiana, at home against USC, on the road against Penn State, at home against UCLA, on the road Oregon. It's going to be a fun season. It's going to be challenging, but
yeah, it's gonna be a good season. I don't know, a lot of people noticed, but all the transfer players and early enrollees went to the game with the team.
That's good.
Like Will Rogers was on the sideline. He was throwing passes and stuff before during warmups. So I don't know if anybody saw that. No, next season's going to be weird at this point. I think I'd mourn the loss of the Pac-12, but just a conference. You just, it's, in the end, it's just a conference.
Yeah. I mourn the loss of it because I'm old. I have a lot of memories.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I have a lot of memories in it. I mean, I have a lot of memories, but like this was the last it's like a bookend of the last 10 years. I don't know if people noticed that, but the only game that didn't feature an SEC opponent was the very first CFP and the very last of the 4 teams.
That's a good point. Good point. Oregon, Washington, right? I mean, Oregon, Ohio State.
Oregon, Ohio State. Oregon, Ohio State, Michigan, Washington.
Great
and
point.
Also, coincidentally, the score was fairly similar to the 1991 Apple Cup between Washington and Michigan, just reversed. No, like I said, it was a good game overall. Is going to have a ton of turnover. Bernard and Jackson will be the 1 and 2 wide receivers. And then after that, our left tackle is going to go to the NFL. He's probably a first-round pick as a guard. And then Rosengarten, I don't know, our right tackle Rosengarten, I don't know if he's going to go pro or if he's going to stay, but he's probably going to be a guard in the NFL as well. So, but our center comes back, our awesome 6'2", 275-pound center. We had a rough day.
Yeah.
Everybody has a rough day though against Michigan's interior.
Yeah,
I mean, they just bull rush. They don't do anything fancy. They just, like Texas, they ran stunts and stuff with Sweat and Murphy, but Michigan didn't run any stunts. They just bull rushed.
Yep, they did. Hardly any blitzes, hardly any stunts.
Yeah, they don't do any. Michigan wasn't fancy with anything. You knew when they were blitzing. The only thing you had to figure out was, there was definitely a play where I think they thought they were going to get one-on-one, and Michigan, as soon as they audibled, Michigan went from looking like man to they switched, looked like cover 3. So they dropped in a little bit of a zone and fooled Penix a bit there. But no, hats off. Michigan was the better team today. And yeah, that's all I got to say. The 2023 season was amazing.
Yes.
2024 is going to be amazing. And I can't wait. And
Yep.
anyway, have a good night.
Beautiful.
And for community, you guys are always amazing. And go Huskies.
Go Huskies. Thank you, Becky. All class. Thank you so very much. Great phone call. After a loss, championship game. Becky, go Huskies. All class. Thank you for the great call. Yes. ESPN put out their top 25. They just put it out. Top 25 ESPN, the way too early. We did an episode a few days ago on Brett McMurphy Action Network. Now ESPN put it out just now, just released. Georgia number 1, Texas Longhorns number 2. Texas goes to the SEC and they're elevated like nobody's business. They're number 2. Oregon Ducks number 3. Dylan Gabriel, Dante Moore, Kobe Savage. Offensive tackles, Bedford and McRoy coming. Alabama number 4. Ohio State number 5. Michigan number 6. So the first 6 teams are 3 Big Ten teams, 3 SEC teams. Ole Miss number 7, SEC team. Missouri number 8, SEC team. First 8 teams are 5 SEC and 3 Big Ten. Number 9, the Arizona Wildcats. Brett McMurphy had them at number 8. Number 10, Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Number 11, Washington. Giving Washington a lot of love. Will Rogers, who Becky Go Huskies just mentioned. He was on the bench watching the game. Jeremiah Hunter, wide receiver. BJ Green from Arizona State, rushing the quarterback, defensive lineman. Penn State Nittany Lions, number 12. As high as I was on Penn State this year, I don't know. I don't think I'm going to fall in love again. They're missing Fashanu, the great offensive tackle, who's going to be drafted in the first round. He had a great year. That's going to be a big loss. Utah Utes, number 13. LSU Tigers, number 14. Number 15, Oklahoma. Number 16, Florida State. 17, Tennessee. 18, Oklahoma State. 19, Clemson. 20, North Carolina State. 21, Kansas State. 22, Louisville. 23, Kansas. 24, SMU. 25, Iowa Hawkeyes. So there is your top 25 way too early. Okay. Let's see. Just checking. Okay, I think we're going to wrap it up for this live show. Been on the air for a long time. 4 hours and almost 50 minutes. So I think we're going to wrap it up. I appreciate the wonderful donations that help us support this show. Thank you for the wonderful comments. Please smash the like button before you leave. If you haven't yet subscribed, please subscribe to the channel. Appreciate it so very much. Wonderful phone calls. Thank you so much for an incredible 2023-24 college football season. It's been one heck of a ride here at Peek Around the Corner. And next year, I think it's going to be even more of a heck of a ride, if you know what I mean. And we're going to give you the best Peek Around the Corner that you could possibly get. This thing could go so many different ways. So buckle up, brace for impact, stick with us here at Peek Around the Corner. Stick with us. We're going to give you the best information possible starting tomorrow on the 2024 college football landscape. We're going to be having lawsuits. We're going to have NLRB possibly saying that student athletes of football players, basketball players are going to have to become employees. We have the House versus the NCAA. We have Charlie Baker's proposal. We have the Holy Smokes Theater, ACC drama. I don't know, man. We have so much going on. Keep your head on a swivel. Again, if you liked our content, please smash the like button, get subscribed, because buckle up, brace for impact. We can go on live at any time. This week, next week, this month, next month. College football landscape is absolutely crazy. It sits on unstable grounds. So let's get through it together. Until next time, from all of us at PATC, to all of you, please, you all take great care of each other. Thank you so very much.